Good morning, everybody. You are tuned to Computers 2K Now on Computers 2K Now on the Nissan Communications Network. Guys, hold on a second. I'm getting an echo from the other machine.
Trash in, trash out.
Yeah. Forgot to turn the speaker off. All right. So good morning again, everybody. You're tuned to Computers 2K Now on the Nissan Communications Network. I'm Amnon, your host for the next few hours, along with Mike.
Hello, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Spence.
Good morning. A few hours.
Yeah. And Bruce is here.
Cheers.
Our number is 919-518-9773. Computers 2K Voice on Skype if you want to call in and make a comment, ask questions. Today's show is being brought to you by that VidBlaster guy, Tom Sinclair, at that vidblasterguy.com. And today is, I'm sorry, Tom, here it is. Today is July 21st, 2013. Now he knows which show he's listening to. So anyway, that was kind of a stressful weekend for me with the air conditioning being out or the night. But everything's fine now and it's nice.
Why didn't you tell me? I have that portable unit. You could have borrowed that.
I mean, we have the air conditioner in the studio and in the office, so we
Yeah, but you can't sleep in the office.
Yeah, I wasn't about to put one in the window in the bedroom. It's kind of, it was fine.
No, but
I
have the roll around kind that all you have to do is open the window like 5 inches.
It was pretty good. I actually even covered myself with the sheet, with the fan in the bedroom, the ceiling fan. It was fine.
I thought you had a hammock with the server rack hooks, on either end, where you can just kind of hang it up there.
Yep. Yeah, I've got 2 of those.
Oh, man, I love hammocks.
You could have slept under the table in the studio.
But it's just amazing what a little piece of equipment can do to upset your night.
I saw
$7.
I saw trucks throughout my neighborhood over the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Air conditioners being fixed.
Yeah,
I actually got a chance to. I watched the guy fix my unit the last time there was a problem. I actually was able to fix my neighbors. Had the same issue with the draining condensate.
That was not the problem. I mean, I can understand a problem due to the heat and overworking and all that happens when it's real hot. But the capacitor decided to go out on the motor. Why when it's real hot? Hey, do it when it's nice. But
well, you wouldn't know when it was nice because it wouldn't run.
Well, but it's fine. I mean, Chad came over and picked one up, and actually it was under warranty. And but you know what? We did it yesterday about 9:30 in the morning. We put it in. Do you know it took until this morning for the temperature to come back down from about 84 degrees in the house down to 76?
I believe I would have that thing checked.
It felt okay.
Yeah,
it felt like normal, sort of, but the temperature on the gauges stayed up. Yeah, I mean, I told him that he's going to have to come by and check it anyway because it's due. I don't know.
It sounds to me like a Freon leak.
Then why would it actually blow cold air out the?
Well, what did you put a thermometer in the outlet of one of the vents?
Yeah, and it was like in the 50s.
Well, yeah, that's working then.
Yeah,
because you can only get so much ambient temperature drop.
I don't know if it's because the walls and everything got really warm, because it was down for probably 24 hours. It probably went down while I was out in the morning, and Friday was really hot. So I don't know, but I mean, it's. I'm not complaining, and I didn't complain yesterday. I mean, things like that happen, but it's very uncomfortable. The what?
Complaining is American way. You need to learn to complain more.
Well, no, I don't want to. Don't want to. So there.
Whine and complain and ask for free stuff. But I don't have this, and I want it.
So what else is going on in the world of computers?
Well, maybe not in the world of computers, but certainly related to communications. Did you see that email I sent about the opt-out for Verizon Wireless? If Verizon Wireless customers should have received a kind of odd envelope in the mail that is one of those envelopes where they print through it. It's got carbon on the inside. You peel the corner off one and you open it up. And it had in there, it said privacy information, important privacy information about your account. So that's the kind of stuff that most people just go, it's just an update, whatever it is. Well, it turns out that if you don't opt out, there's something called the Customer Proprietary Network Information, or CPNI, for wireless customers. And I read it, and it said that if you don't opt out by a certain date, that we will be free then to release information about your account, calling habits, and so on, to our partners. And I'm thinking, here we go, wireless phones sharing information. So I'll post the link for those of you who are Verizon Wireless. You may want to go ahead and do this. And I registered all of the phones on our account. And go ahead. You can do it two ways. You can either do it by going to a web page, or you can do it by calling into a number. But if to call into the number, you have to have the phone number of the essentially the primary number on the account,
right,
and your billing PIN, which is a 4-digit PIN number. So you've got to know both of those to do this, either way, with the web page or with the call-in. But I urge people to go out there and do this. I think you can actually call well, it doesn't say that. I went to the number and did it through an automated response, and it was tedious, but I got it done. So here we go with wireless information now being shared about our calling. Of course, the NSA's been doing it, but sharing with partners means getting calls about trying to sell you something.
Yeah, AT&T did the same thing, and there was a site, I posted it in Google Plus, where you could go and opt out. Yeah, I made sure all of our phone numbers. Now, I guess it's the same with Verizon. AT&T's sharing, and I don't like this either, was however anonymous. Is that the same with Verizon?
I'm sorry, say it again.
The sharing of data was anonymous. In other words, they weren't identifying you as an individual.
I have to go back and read it again. I don't remember seeing anything about being anonymous.
Are you
in
on
order
AT&T?
to better serve you, your communications needs, and offer
No.
provide
I think
products and services.
I
So
think
in order if they're going to provide products and services to me as an individual, then they have to have my information.
Spence, Bruce is talking about AT&T said that, right?
Oh, I don't know.
Right.
I'm saying with Verizon, I don't know if it was anonymous.
Yeah.
I read through this. I didn't see anonymous anywhere.
Yeah, AT&T had a note that said that it would anonymously.
Yeah.
I do a show every week called Our Android Week, and one of the writers is the editor of Android Authority. His name is Nate Swanner, and he had an interesting story. I'll try to find the link. But when you get these terms of service change notifications from the this is really hard to do, okay? And some people have been able to do it, but it's not a given, so don't jump on this. and I'll give you the link to his story as soon as I can find it. But when they change the terms of service on your contract, they're changing the contract, and there's a little window where technically, legally, you could get out of the contract, and it's I think it might even be that same legal term that you used a moment ago, Spencer. But so
A CPNI?
Guys, we have Steve with us.
Is this my cue to say something like, hello, everybody?
Hello, everybody.
Hello, everybody.
It's Sir Steve.
No, I wouldn't be called sir.
Hey,
Far,
we can.
far too naughty to be called sir.
Dr. Steve.
Yeah, that'll do.
We can say whatever we want.
You can absolutely say whatever you want. Whether the NSA do anything about it or not, it's entirely up to them. Shame to see your beard gone there, Spence. You looked quite dashing and movie starish last week.
Dashing.
Oh, well, I decided that the scruffy look, my Civil War reenactors look, got old real quick.
Okay. Well, facial hair is for some people and not for others. Yes, you're right. Is the answer to the question in the chat room. Arnie Carl, I don't know, is saying that they appreciate you doing the call at this time because it would be 3 a.m. in the morning for a lot of other shows that would normally be on at a regular time. So I appreciate it as well because it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon for me, and I know it's early for you guys. We all appreciate you getting up early and doing this. For the people in the non-same time zone.
I was hearing something. Yeah, Mike, everything 12 o'clock. I was listening this morning while eating my breakfast to Fox News, and something really, hit me. They were talking about that right now we have, every now and then we hear about somebody's laptop that was stolen or left somewhere with 300,000 records of from Social Security, or government people that leave their computer somewhere. And he was saying, can you imagine what happens when Obamacare comes about and all your information of everybody is in one place? One person can actually take it and run with it.
Hate to be the bearer of bad news, but it already is.
Yes.
Look up the Medical Information Bureau.
They're all ramping up for this national sharing network.
This is, I don't know how they're going to solve this, because, I wouldn't leave it all in one place.
Solve what? It's intentional.
It's not something they did by mistake. They want us.
No, I'm talking about making it possible for one person that works in an office to go and get everything from their local database and copy it to a laptop and go with it. Especially somebody who's, let's say, is going to quit or knows they're going to get fired or something. It's a lot harder to go to multiple places. At least do it so every state has their own. So it's hard for one person to get it from all the states. I don't know. I'm just thinking loud, but when you hear this, say, "Wow, that is bad." Yeah.
Not to fear, though. The Home Health and Human Services says that the database will be completely secure.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Right.
Nice.
Right.
I'm reading an article. It says the massive centralized database will include comprehensive personal information such as income and financial data, family size, citizenship and immigration status, incarceration status, Social Security numbers, private health information. It will compile dossiers based on the information obtained from the IRS, Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Defense, Veterans Administration, Office of Personnel Management, Social Security Administration, statewide Medicaid databases, and for some reason, the Peace Corps. The Data Hub will provide web-based one-stop shopping for prying into people's personal affairs.
Dr. John RTP says the database will have a secret password.
It'll be your name.
Oh, boy. Anyway.
So I was probably asked a question, and of course, maybe I don't know any of you guys that have a Windows 8 phone, but he's talking about his aunt who has a Windows 8 phone and is not able to log out of Facebook. So, my best shot to you, and let me see if I can share this with you. This is, I'm using a program called AirDroid that allows me to share my... well, this is kind of interesting since I have to change Skype to 640 by 480 for this show. But normally, this is what an Android phone looks like. And I would say that on your aunt's Windows 8 phone, there has to be an option somewhere. And let me go back to Facebook. I'm sorry for that. There must be an option just like there is with me. So I just tap this, and I can have the option to log out by tapping here, and then I can log back in. So not having a Windows 8 phone, I can't be any more specific than that. But I would imagine you can probably. I don't imagine there'd be a Google answer out there for it, because this would be pretty intuitive. But so go to the Facebook and look for options. There's all kinds of options. On Facebook, on Android and Windows phones. So I would say look for that log out button.
I thought Facebook by itself, at the top bar has a log out.
How is this showing? Because I'm not looking at our screen right now.
It's okay. It's not very readable.
Right, but it's enough to see the button where it says log out.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's see
All
what
right.
happens. Yeah, even.
Yeah, this is
below,
it's a great program for those of you that have Android phones to. And you want to do some demonstration online, it's called AirDroid, and it allows me to project to my screen. So,
how is it connected to the?
It's wireless, and the cool thing about it is, it's wireless. Not just on my network. Somebody could steal my phone, and be sitting in your studio right now, and I have the option to turn on my phone's camera. I'll do it right now. It says, well, let's see here. Anyway, I do have the option. Let me see. It's giving me some kind of a message here. Oh, I know why. It's because I had my phone. I had my phone laying down on the camera. So I can actually turn on my phone's camera remotely, and I could see where my phone is and what somebody's doing with it. And, of course, I can do Find My Phone. I can wipe the phone. I can lock it down and other things. But it's pretty cool. So this is all happening wirelessly, and it doesn't even have to be on my Wi-Fi network to do what I'm doing right now. So here I am twice. Can't get enough of Bruce, right? So
I was going to say, so the safest thing for somebody who steals a phone is to right away take the battery out. In that case, nobody can get to it, right? And if you think that you can just sit on it for a while before somebody just gives up on it, then think twice, because by the time you decide, okay, it's safe for me now to turn it on and maybe try and sell it or show somebody, at that point it's obsolete anyway. So
on TV, they can tell when they take the battery out and put it back in instantly. So all those police shows that we watch tell us that that's true, then it must be true.
Yeah. 919-518-9773. Computers 2K voice on Skype. So what's happening, Steve?
Well, I'm just sitting here shocked. Actually, I'm not really a Facebook user, as most people know. I don't really do social media much. But what Bruce was saying there, I'm quite shocked. I didn't realise it was actually legal that you could sign out of Facebook. I thought you had once you signed in, that was it for life. It just so everything you ever did was sent through for all your friends to see. So I'm quite shocked. Well, there's a turn for the books.
Shocked.
Rubbish.
It's absolutely rubbish. That's why I don't go to Facebook. Is my audio okay? Because I stuck some sponge across the front, as I noticed the other day. I was getting a bit of a coming across when I was saying words with P in them.
It seems to be fine.
Fantastic.
Awesome! It's just a little bit of sponge I had laying around. It's just that's good. It stopped
You You took the sponge out of the sink and washed it good and put it on top of the mic?
No, it's actually the packaging from around my electronic cigarette that I no longer use.
Oh.
I've given up. No longer need nicotine.
Yay.
Well, I do sometimes. I could really do with it, but I haven't succumbed.
Well, don't.
No, it's I was only talking to my neighbour yesterday. He's still smoking. I can't believe it. He said, "Yeah, I've really done well as well. I've dropped down to 60 a day now." I think, goodness gracious.
What?
What does that cost?
I don't know. I don't even know how much they are now. It's got to be £5-6 a packet of 20. I think. I've no idea.
60 is how many packs?
That'd be 3 packs a day.
Wow. So 15 pounds a day, so that is $22 a day times 30. That's $700 a month just to smoke cigarettes.
Yeah, but with him, though, he does smoke like I used to. He smokes like roll-up tobacco, so he rolls his own. But even so, yeah, it's still an awful lot. And I used to think badly of myself for smoking, 20 roll-ups a day.
Mm.
But, oh, well, it's ironic over here, I suppose it is sort of a gadgety type thing. The government are talking about banning electronic cigarettes and, the nicotine, blah, 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 whatever. And yet they're perfectly happy with people to carry on smoking cigarettes, which they know absolutely 100% for sure is killing them. How ironic is that?
Yeah.
I dare question
Mad, isn't it?
Wisdom of the government.
Well, they got to get taxed somehow, I suppose.
We have our politicians are really looking out for us now. Bloomberg wants people to stop using elevators and escalators.
Why? For health reasons?
No, he wants people to walk up the stairs.
Is that something to do with obesity, possibly, is it?
You know that we're no longer the most obese nation in the world.
No, I think it's England, isn't it now?
No.
Mexico.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Now I understand on this elevator thing, there's a scanner, and if you're not holding a 32-ounce drink, the doors will open.
That's it. Oh,
Mike, why so serious?
I'm just reading something.
Okay. All right.
I hope it has a happy ending. Oh, God. I don't know what's worse. That always used to get me when I was working in retail. It's like, you don't smile much, Steve, do you? I said, what do you want me to do? Walk around with a permanent stupid grin on my face? It's going to put people off, not bring people in.
Hey, let me ask you guys a question. I'm not sure if we've discussed it, or maybe you may have discussed it on one of the weekends when I was gone. But what are your thoughts, and how interested are you in this idea of a smartwatch? I mean, Microsoft, Sony, Google, Apple, Pebble, and there's a bunch of other companies that are all working. Of course, Sony's fixing to come out with their version 2 of their smartwatch, which is, seems to be the best of field thus far. But I don't even wear a watch right now. I just quit wearing a watch. I get my time off my phone if I need to look it up. But I know there's different things they say, that the smartwatch will allow you to do as far as getting notifications and different things. But are you interested in a smartwatch? And if so, why?
Not me.
No?
No, I don't care.
And it seems to be like it's going to be more dangerous than a cell phone.
I would say no. What a complete waste of space. I haven't worn a watch for over 2 years now because, as you mentioned, it's on the phone. Not that I think as you get older, you don't really care about time so much. It's the only thing you need to worry about with time is appointments. Other than that, who cares what time it is?
Why is everybody racing to produce a smartwatch? I mean, they're investing a lot of money in research and development.
Now,
because they think it's the next big thing.
Yeah, when Nick comes on later, you can ask him. I'll bet you that the younger generation will probably go for it.
Oh, it's the younger generation that quit wearing watches, and one of the reasons why I quit wearing a watch, I didn't want to be seen as an old fart, so I quit wearing a watch. And I don't know if it's helped my image much, but no, I mean, it was the young people that quit wearing watches.
Well, at least the whole of your arm gets brown now, as opposed to that little white patch just above the wrist there.
Right? Yeah. I kayak a lot, and so now I've got tan all over my left wrist.
The thing is that why I'm saying it's more dangerous. You can see how dangerous it is to drive and even look.
Oh, let me check.
Even look at a cell phone. I mean, even look at a cell phone. Sometimes you look up and you're off. Now, and this is a good size. Imagine having to look at a much smaller screen that's sort of like the first generation flip phones that have a smaller screen and have to read something on it. I really don't understand. I mean, but hey, that's what they want, James Bond.
I can see where it's going to end up, or the direction it will go. You know how defensive and scared and things people are now. Well, if there are loads of people all of a sudden lifting their arm up to see what their watch beeped about, everyone's going to be defending themselves and punching the other guy, thinking he was going to hit him.
I'm thinking about something else now. Also, I mean, you can hold the cell phone in your hand and do things, flip between, press buttons. You can't do that on a watch. You have to use both hands now because you can't exactly turn your fingers to the watch to do things. You have to use the other finger to switch, to answer, to whatever. So that's
I just hope to goodness they don't make it voice controlled. It's just, can you imagine?
We can ask the Bloomberg think tank to come up with an answer for this. So we can put an accelerometer in the watch. So if you go more than 3 miles an hour, then it goes inactive. You can't change anything. See? Problem fixed.
Cheek squeeze. Bruce is saying cheek squeeze.
Oh, boy.
Okay. So anyway, Thursday, The Verge broke the news that Microsoft was slashing the price of its tablets. The price of the 32-gig Surface RT plummeted by 42%. Staples, Tiger Direct, and many other retailers are already selling the tablets at the lower price. And the authors say, I wonder what Microsoft will do for customers who purchased the tablet right before the price drop.
They'll send them a condolence letter.
You're going to be able to take it back to where, hey, I want to return this.
I did see one article.
We can only give you credit for the sale price. Sorry, Steve.
That's right. I did see one article, and it said something on the lines of Windows reduces the price of Windows R Titanic, which was quite funny. I thought RT, Titanic, T for Titanic, because it's sunk without trace, because it's rubbish.
Yep. I saw another article that said that Microsoft is sitting on 6 million Surface units.
Mm. Well, they've cut their profit, but they've written off basically $1 billion, haven't they?
I don't know.
Oh, it was a big number. You're right. Third quarter or second, I'm not sure what second quarter, there was big write down. I was looking at that article on Zeit. I got to find it again here.
Well, I suppose there's one good thing about it. I mean, I know you get Office free on it, which I suppose isn't too bad. So the next time they do a reduction on it, you'll get it probably free with a packet of cornflakes.
Talking about a big number, Pennsylvania resident Chris Reynolds got quite shocked when he opened his most recent PayPal statement. It said he had 92 quadrillion dollars balance in his account. I'm just feeling like $1 million. Reynolds told the Philadelphia Daily News yesterday. At first, I thought that I owed quadrillions. It was quite a big surprise. When asked what he would do with the money, he said, I would pay the national debt down first. Then I would buy the Phillies if I could get a great price. And it goes on to say that the Daily News speculates that the astronomical balance may be related to PayPal's new Galactic initiative, announced last month to expand its business beyond Earth. All right, nobody's laughing.
That reminds me of how there was apparently some effort in Congress to set aside a national park on the moon. I guess they don't have enough to do trying to figure out our problems here that they want to put a park on the moon.
No. But can you imagine somebody just comes and says, I want to pay the national debt. Let's just pay it off and that's it.
Interesting.
How much money would each working person in the United States will have to, quote-unquote, donate in order to come up with paying the national debt? Anybody ever figured that out?
Are you talking about Americans or the worldwide?
Oh, no, Americans, of course.
I saw it by family one time, and it was like $300,000, something like that. Maybe not that much.
Wow.
I'll look it up. I also noted there's somebody said that the national debt clock has stopped. Not the one that, depending on who's running it, but apparently the national debt from a report being reported by the federal government hasn't been updated in over 6 weeks. And that it just froze at one point and hasn't changed. And nobody really is explaining why.
There's no batteries, and they don't have the money to put batteries in it.
It shows you how out of date the government is, isn't it? Especially when they don't even know about Kickstarter or Indiegogo and sites like it. They could just, crowdfund the national debt and have it over and done with in a week.
I don't think they're interested in solving the problem.
Yeah. It's easier to add to it, isn't it? And then complain bitterly that they need to tax everybody and restrict everything else.
Yeah.
What's interesting
There it is. Well, this is a story from September 2012, so it's going to be a lot larger than this. But at that point, it was $136,260 per household.
Andrew posted in chat $51,000 per person.
Per person, okay.
Per person that works or per person?
Per person.
Yeah.
So that means take into account all the people that don't work, and it's really more like if we're only 47% of people are full-time, and
Sheesh.
Well, I got to go back and look at the numbers, but I would say it's considerably higher than that by people who actually contribute.
Morning, Andrew. Yeah, so that's not going to happen. You know, sometimes you kind of become idealistic and you say, you know, hey, give another $5 or $10 a month that will only will go toward the national debt. But how many people will do that? No.
Well, if you want to think about what's depressing, let me give you one more fact of life.
Okay. I need to get more depressed, right?
The way to pay off debt is to raise taxes, right?
Yeah, in a way, yeah.
Well, it is or it isn't.
Yeah.
Well,
No,
it
it
isn't.
isn't.
Because in every circumstance in which the federal government has raised taxes, they have increased spending more than the predicted
Right.
revenues of the tax increase.
Exactly.
So at that rate, how high do they have to raise taxes to pay off the debt?
Right.
They can't. It's mathematically impossible.
It's a vicious circle, isn't it? Just keeps going round and round and round.
Well, yeah, I don't want to get into all of it, but I'm studying some things lately, and
Yeah, we'll talk about this later.
we'll talk about it later.
I have something
I'm even
far
thinking
more
about doing
interesting.
a show on it.
Wait,
I
what,
have
Mike?
something.
I said I'm thinking about doing a show on it.
Hey, we should.
He's got some homework to do first. But anyway, go ahead, Spence.
I was going to say this will cheer everybody up. Something that all of us should do. This is a new ride at the Grand Canyon. Who's ready? Who wants to go?
Not me.
Wow.
I walked on the Grand Canyon Skywalk. I think we talked about that. I don't remember, but it was where you walk out on this glass floor. Yeah, and look down like 2,000 feet.
Now, those ropes or cables, are they actually rigid?
I don't know.
Because
I
if
would
they are
think so.
not, when you get above the level horizon, the cables can slack and they can really knock you out of that swing.
Yeah. Yep. I guess it was it has to be approved. Now, it depends on where they built it, I guess, because the Grand Canyon Skywalk is actually built on the Navajo Indian Reservation. And they're running it as their own business, and they've got their own attraction there, and a place of building hotels and other stuff. But I think they probably have a different inspection requirement. But oh well.
John, Florida is asking if anybody's doing mobile banking. When you say
No
mobile,
way.
what's mobile banking? I mean, when I go
On
to
your
make
phone.
Oh,
I do mobile banking.
I have used it.
I do bill pay using the Bank of America app. I check my daughter's checking account using her bank's app, Stellar One. I'm satisfied with the level of encryption. I guess another question would be, I mean, how much difference is there between mobile banking and online purchasing with Amazon and other outfits where you're entering in credit card information and so forth? I realize there's got to be a level of risk here, but I do mobile banking and have not had any problems. I've had more problems with unscrupulous waiters and hostesses taking my credit card information than I have with mobile banks.
yeah. At that point, you don't know what's happening to it.
Yeah, I use Quicken. I download every few days my transactions to monitor and balance my account and adjust my budget and so forth.
I use mobile banking from the Coastal Federal Credit Union, and you have to actually register the device in order to use that. You can't log in from a different device. So there is.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You probably can't spoof those numbers either.
Well,
I think it
probably
uses.
could.
I think it actually uses the unique identification number of the phone itself.
I mean, you can
But
spoof.
you're right. It could. They'd have to. I mean, it's multi-level authentication, and what I primarily use it for is to deposit checks. And you just have to photograph the front and the back of the check, and you send it off, and it works.
Yeah, Bank of America uses a dual authentication as well. I mean, you have your username, then you have a site key, which you pick, and then you have your password. And so that level gives me some comfort.
I mean, the unique ID of the device, even a MAC address, which can be spoofed, is still good security because the chances of somebody getting on your waveband, and have the ability to spoof at this point, I don't think is that high. It's probably very low. Yeah, as time goes on and more people are using it, they probably have apps or programs that they can run that will just do everything at once.
You know, a lot of us.
If they could figure out how to overcome multi-level security with a man-in-the-middle attack, what they used to do for wireless networks for man-in-the-middle, or before security was robust enough, they could actually capture the encrypted stream and just play it back. They don't have to know what's in the encrypted stream. They just have to know what was transmitted. So they capture what was transmitted, and they figure out where they need to put it inside the packet. And it was a way to overcome a single level of security, anyway.
So let me ask you this, because a lot of us, access hotspots at McDonald's, Starbucks, Barnes & Noble, goodness, Denny's, Bob Evans restaurant, almost anywhere you can find these, and local mom-and-pop coffee houses. What's the best way to make sure you have a secure connection? I know the particular coffee house I spend the most amount of time in, uses the higher level of encryption, and they have a password and that sort of stuff. So I know my data is encrypted on their network. But I knew a guy that was that actually worked as a consultant for major banks and traveled all over the world, setting up their security and trying to hack it and finding exploits and holes in their system. And I can't remember. I wish I still had the document, but there was a way you could go in and change your Wi-Fi settings to give you more security. But what's your advice on making?
If it's a Windows machine, make sure that when you find the network that you say it's a public network.
Right.
And because then that turns off local sharing, because Windows, it's better now. Windows 7 and Windows 8 are much better at restricting access, where with Windows XP it used to be pretty much wide open. I mean, I could show neighbors how on their if they left their network open, I could use an IP scanning tool that would go and look for all the machines on their network, and then all I had to do was click on that, and I could go in and look at their C drive. And because Windows XP was so wide open that there was no real security. But first thing, if it's Windows 7, make sure you pick a public network so that it turns off local sharing. Yep. And then that's on a wide open network, one that's got no encryption key. But even if you do get onto an encrypted network, you still have to turn off local sharing because you're on it with other people. Other people get the same access.
Right. I was looking at, when I was researching this, I know there's an extension that's pretty popular on Firefox, and there is one for Google Chrome, although it's in beta. The extension is called HTTPS Anywhere. Have you heard of that? Have you tried that?
Anywhere?
HTTPS Anywhere. In other words, it just...
Yes, I have heard of it, yeah.
Okay.
And
I haven't.
So every part of the transaction is done encrypted.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
But wait a second. I'm interested to understand how can it be HTTPS anywhere if the other side does not have a certificate?
It only works if they have a version of their page that supports HTTPS.
Okay.
Yeah, but most places do. You just have to. Any place that you'd be worried about security getting to is going to have should have an HTTPS
should that's
method of attaching. So it will default to the like in banking in the beginning. The criticism they had of banking was that you'd go to the login page, and was that also encrypted when you went just to even log in? Was your login information being compromised? So it forced banks to use HTTPS even at their splash screen at the beginning of your logging in before they even know who you are. So they set up the key exchange, and if this is the first time you're logging in with that machine, it will challenge you to say it'll put up an extra challenge because it doesn't recognize the machine. It doesn't have a cookie on it.
Yeah, this is created by the Electronic Frontier Foundation, which kind of impressed me. I put the link into it, and evidently, if you go to that particular page, you can see where you can install the beta version in Chrome. Of course, I don't need it on this desktop machine, but I would want it on my laptop.
My biggest problem with remote banking is losing my telephone.
Well, the Coastal Federal Credit Union application does not retain password and user ID information. So that's one good thing about it, is it doesn't allow it to, it doesn't hold it. So if they could open the app, they would still have to know your password and user ID.
In that regard, not quite connected with it, but I read something some time ago that doesn't seem to get much press. There are sites like Quicken and Mint.com that allow you to manage your checking account and your savings account online. You have to enter your account number and password into those applications to allow them to log in and download information to the software to help you manage the account. At least one bank says that if anything is hacked or compromised as a result of you giving that information to a third-party site, that bank is not liable because you breached their terms of service not to share your password with anyone. Ding, 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 silence.
Ding, 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 ding.
You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't.
You read your bank's terms of service in that regard, or is that something you're...
No, it's an article I read.
Okay.
But I got to tell you, it makes sense. Why should the bank be responsible if you give your password to Mint.com and there's a breach at Mint.com, somebody steals tens of thousands of dollars out of your account? Why should the bank be responsible for that? They didn't do anything wrong.
Why do these banks allow traffic from Quicken and Mint, and Mint is owned by Quicken?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not I'm not saying it's good, bad, or indifferent. I'm just saying that this is at least in one circumstance where it was considered a breach of the terms of service.
Well, in one stance, I can guarantee you this: it's not a breach of service when your bank, Bank of America, gives you Quicken software to use and makes you pay $7.95 a month for that privilege.
Totally agree.
Right. But I don't know about Mint and some of these other outfits, though.
And I don't know how long Quicken has owned Mint, but it specifically said third-party websites, and it called Mint by name.
I don't personally think it's a good idea to use a third-party website login, like, for instance, log in with Facebook or log in with Twitter. I think it's a very bad idea. You're putting all your or more eggs in one basket. I would prefer, even though it's harder and harder these days, to have separate passwords, but to do it separately. I don't want one thing associated with another one that could possibly log me into somewhere else as well. No, it's too much data sharing going on.
A guy I know, an attorney I know, has a blog. He wrote an interesting article on the blog. I commented on his post, and somewhat pulling his leg a little bit. But when I made the post anonymously, my picture showed up with it.
Joanne was asking me about computers 2K now versus computers to know. And I thought she was joking, but it's not. It was not planned like this. It's when we were on the radio. It was Computers 97, Computers 95, we started as Computer Town USA, but then the station manager changed it to reflect the year. So we were Computer 96, 97, 98, 99, Computers 2K, Computers 2000, and then it was Computers 2001, no, 2K1, 2K2, 2K3, and kind of got tired of this. So I said, you know what? Here, we're going to make it Computers 2K now. Whatever the year now is, that's what it's going to be. And that's how the name came to be. And I know a lot of people say Computers to Know. And it's it worked out, but it was not planned, Joanne.
It does work both ways, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Computers to Know, because we're hopefully, trying to share knowledge.
Right.
And answer questions. So if you'd like to do that, by all means, please ring in. It's 919-518-9773. Or you can connect on Skype with Computers 2K Now. Sorry, I was something else.
Computer 2K Voice.
Computers 2K Voice, exactly. Sorry.
Yes.
Apologize. I'll try take 3 later.
That's the story behind the name. 2K Forever. Forever? Forever?
That's the Bugs Bunny version.
Yeah.
Or Weber.
Bunny Wabbit.
That's right. It's the Elmer Fudd
Forever.
version.
But that's all, folks.
Maybe you can do the outro, Bruce, for the show.
Hello and welcome to Computers Day for Weber.
I think
No,
it might
Gary.
be copyrighted.
Gary's saying that was Reynold Madrazo. No, it was not. It was when Brian took over. With Reynold, it was Computer Town USA. Gary remembers. 919.
Sorry. I think I started somewhere like 97, was it? Computers 97?
I don't...
Computers 98, somewhere around then. When did...
no, 96 or 97. Yeah, because it was when
go back and look at my...
when we started the Internet Center when you walked in.
That's right.
Yeah, so it must have been around there, yeah. Yeah. All right, let's see what else I've got here. Here, Mike, something that you can chime in on. It's no
I had
secret.
a funny here, but I didn't get to it in time, so go ahead.
It's no secret that copyright holders are trying to take down as much pirated content as they can. But their targeting of open source software is something new. In an attempt to remove pirated copies of Game of Thrones from the internet, HBO sent a DMCA takedown to Google, listing a copy of the popular media player VLC as a copyright infringement. An honest mistake? Perhaps, but a worrying one. Usually these notices ask Google to get rid of links to pirated sites. But for some reason, the cable network also wants Google to remove the link to the highly popular open source video player VLC. The same DMCA notice also lists various other links that don't appear to link to HBO content, including a lot of porn-related material, Ben Harper's album Give Till It's Gone, Naruto, Free Java Applets, and Prince of Persia 5. I don't know what these are, but isn't Prince of Persia 5 a game? Or is that a...
I think it might be a game. I know that
It was a
HBO
game.
haven't got a
Yeah,
very
Prince
good
of
track
Persia.
history. They've even sent through takedown notices for HBO.com. So, yeah, not very good history. I think a lot of it is automated nowadays, and luckily, Google is actually checking an awful lot of these takedown complaints for validity, which is good.
It's just amazing. Good morning, Nick.
Good morning. How is everybody doing?
Fine. How are you doing this fine morning?
I'm doing good.
Awesome.
So I want to comment quick on that. On the you said Naruto or whatever it's called.
It's
Naruto.
Naruto.
They don't own the copyright to that. That's Cartoon Network who owns the copyright to that show. So I don't even know why that would be in there. But that's not their show
That's the
to
whole
own.
point of the article, that there are things that have nothing to do with HBO. Although I don't know, maybe HBO owns the Cartoon Network. I don't know. It's possible, isn't it?
I think so, but that show's very big in, I believe it's Japan. That's like where it originated. So I would be really surprised if HBO had the rights to it.
No. Yeah, but it's amazing. VLC, give me a break. And what? Nobody watches this list? Is it an automatic thing that just goes and, like the YouTube thing that checks for copyright, DRM, whatever you call it?
Well, that's just as bad. That doesn't work right either.
Yeah, I know. But that's what I mean. Is that
Yeah.
the same kind of thing? Is it just technology that figures out, okay, let's send Google a notice to take it down? Nobody's actually paying attention to what, I don't know.
What it could be is that on a torrent site, if somebody's downloading that content, somebody in the description could put looks best or plays best in VLC, and Google tags that as a keyword and then sends it to, or then HBO tags that as a keyword and sends it to Google. So that's a possibility too.
Very good point, Nick, actually, yeah.
Oh.
Well, VLC does. It also, you can also send streams through. VLC will display and play streams as well. In fact, I think you can actually broadcast from VLC. I seem to remember reading somewhere.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
Very limited.
In which case you'll probably find somebody is restreaming the broadcast from their VLC, and somebody said to them, "Well, you see, a VLC's doing this," and they thought, "Oh no, we're not having that. Let's hit them with a lawsuit.
Yep.
We're going to sue their butt."
Now, here's something else. I thought VLC was just for Windows.
No, it's for all
No,
platforms.
Well, it says Videoland revealed some very exciting news today. VLC for iOS will be back in Apple's App Store by tomorrow, July 19th.
That's the phone, not the
Yeah.
Mac.
Oh, okay.
Which I don't know why
banned
you'd use it on the phone.
They did ban it back along because I think there was some dispute over some file formats that it was able to play. I seem to remember that was the reason, but it's back on now. They've changed some of the I don't know, agreements with codecs or something like that, so that they've allowed it back on into Apple's walled garden.
VLC works great on my beautiful Samsung Galaxy Note 2.
Oh, stop it! I'm
Right.
starting to drool again.
Yeah.
Bruce, I'm starting to think you might be a spokesperson for Samsung.
I'll tell
He's
you
on the
what.
payroll.
I love
If
I
something-
love the device.
If something works, hey.
There
Yeah.
you go.
Now,
RT is asking, he said the discussion was based on Game of Thrones, or did I mishear what was read? He said that thought the DMCA complaint was based on VLC playing the copyrighted material of Game of Thrones.
That's a user thing, not the software itself doesn't automatically play stuff.
so if
What
I'm
well-
downloading a book, pirated book, and loading into Microsoft Word, they're going to ask for Microsoft Word to be taken to, you can't use that.
Well, that's right. I mean, that's what the argument sounds like to me, which is silly. But you have to understand, it goes back to what we've said time and time again, the law is very low. Law is very, very slow to follow technology. If you're drafting a complaint to go after someone, you're going to try to grab everything you can. You never know whenever you're going to create a new cause of action or open a new door that's never been opened before, because the technology is ahead of the law. And the lawyer may not even know what VLC is.
Very interesting. So, Bruce, you like Samsung?
I like
Now-
my Samsung
Hold
Note
it.
2.
Hold it up. Hold it up.
Okay.
Okay, you can see how big it is, you know, as far as fitting in Bruce's hand.
Yeah.
Well, Samsung has launched 2 extra-large cell phones. A 6.3-inch LTE-ready version and a 5.8-inch version. Branded
That's
as
nothing.
Galaxy Mega.
I've got an 8.9-inch cell phone.
Hey, Mike, can you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay. Good.
How you doing, Bruce?
I'm doing great.
Mine's bigger than yours.
That's what she said.
I've got a 12-inch ruler.
I'm hanging up.
Mike, is that a Kindle Fire?
It is 9 inches.
Now, not to go off topic, but Bruce,
Yeah.
what did you have a smartphone before the Note 2?
Yeah, I had an iPhone and then before that a Trio.
Oh, when you first looked at the Note 2, you know, in commercials or wherever you looked at it before you purchased it, didn't you think the phone was going to be huge? You thought, man, this thing is going to be such a hassle to carry around. Did you experience that?
Well, I wondered that. It was a concern, but it was a concern that just totally evaporated the first day.
And that's the whole thing is, you know, walking around, a lot of people, I'm extremely surprised how many people will make a reference to, oh my God, what phone is that? You know, how do you carry that thing around? But once you own it, you realize that it fits in your pocket just like any other smartphone does. Mm-hmm. I've never had an issue where I was like, well, if I only had an iPhone, it would have been a lot easier to carry. Have you?
Yeah, I'm the same way. Yeah.
All right, so let me go with the rest of the story. One would struggle to fit either in a pocket or use it with just one hand. The good thing, it's only 8 millimeter thin and weighs under 200 grams. More portable than a tablet. It comes with a durable polycarbonate body. Unlike most of Samsung's latest smartphones, it does not have a super AMOLED panel. Instead, it has an HD super clear LCD display, which is bright enough to please most users. It features split screen and multitasking between video and other apps. So yeah, take a 6.3 inch and fit it in your pocket, Nick. Would you?
I guess after owning it,
Yeah.
I think you easily would be able to. I really do. I think people look at these phones as they sit on the shelf or they see them in a commercial, and they say this thing is ridiculous. Nobody would ever be able to use this with one hand or fit it in their pocket, and that's just not the case all the time.
I mean, it seems like everybody's trying to come up with a bigger and bigger and bigger phone screen. I mean, now
I'm
you're going to
going back
take
to
a
this
phone screen and split the screen. Jeez, that's
what I do on my phone. It does multi-window. I can have 2 apps open, one on top of another.
And can you read them fine?
Yeah, I did it yesterday while I was setting up an app. I had the app open on one part and Google Chrome open on the other part. And it worked extremely well.
Yeah, Mike.
That's what everybody needs to go back to. Remember how simple life was?
That's a split screen. One in the
this doesn't
front,
have a
one
split in it.
Yeah, you do. One in the front, one in the back. That's an LCD.
Yeah, it's LCD, but it's this is an old Sony Ericsson on AT&T.
Yeah.
I had a Sony Ericsson.
This actually is a very good telephone. You know what? You can even understand what's being said on this.
Yeah, right now it says nothing.
Well, I know, but you can, like on the iPhone, and even my son's Android, half the time, ask, is mom there?
Don't
Say again? Is mom there? Okay, did you want fries with that?
Now, I will tell you something that I am interested in. I'm going to try to share it on my screen.
Oh.
You know, that talking about big phones, Sony Xperia phones are fixing to come out, and they've got a 6.4-inch screen. But they have come up with something that interests me much more than a smartwatch. This is called a smart Bluetooth handset. And you could, and Nick, we could use this with our Note 2 when it comes out because it pairs Bluetooth, but it also pairs by NFC. You just tap it to your phone.
Oh,
But
cool.
this thing is pretty cool. Look
Smart
at this here.
Bluetooth handset SPH52 from Sony is the world's first wireless mini handset with HD voice and one-touch NFC. Discreet, innovative. It is also an impressive music accessory. All it takes is one touch to start up and connect SPH52 to your...
So I'm not going to play any more of it than that. But can you imagine having this larger device that gives you more tablet-type features, but you just got this little teeny thing that clips in your pocket or clips on your side of your pants pocket. And if your phone rings, you can just answer it and take the call there, you know, going to Mike's little flip phone illustration. But anyway, I don't know. That kind of intrigues me. What do you think, Nick?
At the end of that I saw that the guy had a headphone jack pulled up to it too, right? So you could hook up headphones. I think that's exactly what people need.
Right.
So that
it's also an FM. It's also an FM receiver too.
Oh, there you go. That's all you need. It's basically it's an MP3 player.
Right. And it would play MP3s off of your tablet if you had it in a shoulder bag or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think that's something, you know, when we do start getting to these larger and larger phone sizes, you need something to be the moderate there that, so what, you know, when you're out in public, you can just kind of hold that up and not a huge phone.
Yeah, and not a Dick Tracy watch.
Yeah, we were talking about it earlier. Bruce was asking who would be interested in a smartwatch.
I would be.
See?
There you go.
But I'm a geek, so what do you expect? I mean,
Yeah, okay, so now explain to me something.
yeah.
If you get the watch, what are you going to give up when you go out? What are
Not
you
giving up anything.
Are you going to take your phone with you too?
You have to. It connects to the phone. It's the only way it gets data.
This is strange because it was your generation is the generation that abandoned the watch, and now it's going to be your generation that adapts back to the watch first.
See, it's funny is I've almost always worn a watch up until the last 3 or 4 years.
Mm.
But yeah, I mean, the thing now that that everybody did was when the iPod Nano came out, the one that was like half of a credit card. That's
Right.
Everybody's wearing those as watches now. That's the new thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so maybe I don't know enough about it. So tell me how it works.
The smartwatch,
Yeah.
you connect it via Bluetooth to your phone.
Yeah.
And it sends notifications when you get a call or a text message or any other notifications.
Yeah.
But the phone still has to be there.
Okay, so the phone is there,
Yes.
and it sends the notification to your watch.
Yep.
Let's say that you have a phone call coming in.
Yep.
What do you do at that point?
You look at your watch. You see Bruce is calling.
Yeah.
You take your phone out of your pocket and you answer it.
Okay, so so it's only a notification. It's not an interactive thing.
I believe some of them are touchscreen. They're interactive, but it doesn't give you all the features. It's more based just for notifications, which is the reason I want it. Because, for example, during school, I can't look at my phone, but I could look at notifications. I use
Okay, I thought
I
that
can see Nick now.
I see it. Yeah. I saw it on it.
Yeah, this opens up all kind of new opportunities for cheating.
But to be
on your phone.
that's actually a very, very interesting idea because a lot of people wear those iPod touch watches and there's notes built right into those, so you can type something up and then sync your iPod with iTunes and have all your notes on there.
Better watch out if Bloomberg hears about this.
Yeah.
But it's
He's
funny
gonna- he's
because
gonna-
go ahead.
They need to have an app on it that with the press of the button, it just puts a regular clock.
Well, it is normally a regular clock.
Yeah,
That's
but
the
I
whole
mean,
thing.
it probably has some other stuff that a teacher can recognize. Guys, remember the old days with games that you can do
Hit the escape key and it goes to a desktop.
to a spreadsheet.
Oh, spreadsheet.
Yeah, you could just hit control something and it goes to a spreadsheet and it looks like you're working.
But it's interesting because for me, using a smartwatch would be very useful because I keep track of all of my work via Google Calendar. I don't write in a planner like everybody else does. I do all of my homework assignments and exams and everything else via Google Calendar because it's so much easier to keep up on it from there because it constantly sends me notifications when I get home that I have this, and this to do and that I have a test Friday.
I think that the possibilities of what could be done with a watch, bearing in mind that it's constantly touching the skin, so therefore sensors to do with blood pressure and various other things for your health, could be a huge benefit.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
So would you agree that the Sony version 2 that's fixing to come out is the head of the field right now?
I've not really looked into which ones are being developed. I know there's some in development, R&D and what have you is going on, but the potential for the amount of information that could be gleaned from it, from the fact that it's actually next to your skin, I think is a very interesting concept. I can't really see that it's going to be tremendously useful as a watch or anything much more than a watch because I don't really do portable gadgets myself, but certainly for people that are more athletic or more energetic and go out and do stuff, the possibilities are endless, really.
What do you think, Nick? I don't know. We're in the weird time period right now where there's not a set in stone use for these devices. But I think once there's an actual use and people go, okay, I can see spending $100 or $200 to get that feature, that's when I think that we'll see something like this take off. But Jim Castro, who normally hangs out in the Hangouts with us, he has a Pebble e-watch, which was the big thing a few months ago. But there's just really not a whole lot that the thing does. It does clocks and it just sends you notifications. So right now there's not really a huge use for them, but I would assume in the future that there will be a lot more use for them.
Okay. Hey, Mike, did you see MJ Graves' chat?
What, today?
Yeah, just now, saying
No.
Blink SIP client is about to ship with Opus codec.
I'm aware of that. In fact, Michael, you did a +1 on the comment that I made in the news group. And what was the other thing? Actually, I've been contacted by Adrian for a test version. I imagine he would do is going to do the same with you. My experience is these guys say, "Would you like to test it?" and then they forget about it. Next thing you know, they've released it. So we'll see if it happens. I told Nick about it. Yeah.
Should be interesting.
In fact, if we get the trials, you and I'll test, and Nick is also going to test with us too. Nick and I have tested multiple SIP clients to try to get decent audio, and that's one that if they can get the codecs truly wideband, I'm really excited about it.
That means that others will come up with the Opus codec too.
Well, who
Well, a
cares?
lot of them have it.
I thought only Skype had it.
Michael says that Jitsi works well with Opus. My experience, in fact, Nick and I tested it, and our experience was different. We did not find it to rival Skype, even though the Opus codec is supposed to be better than the Silk 3 codec that Skype uses. The problem, also the biggest problem that I have with Jitsi is it's written in Java.
Yeah.
And I don't think Java is very stable at all.
The issue with the Opus codec is people are incorporating it into their SIP clients at low bit rate. So they're incorporating it in.
Rate, low bit rate.
Yeah. So they're incorporating it in, and it sounds okay, but it's not what everybody thinks that it should sound like because of the bit rate. And that's the issue.
No?
And with regard to audio, yesterday on Rick's show, Rick's House that we do on Saturday mornings, it's a terrestrial radio show that we originate over the internet. Rick did an interesting thing last week. He had a relatively new Windows 8 laptop that he uses to originate the show. He closed the screen on it without noticing that his earbuds were laying on the keyboard. Oops. Accordingly, he cracked the screen. Needing some way of using the computer, I suggested that he get an external monitor, which he did and was able to log in. But with the external monitor with Windows 8, normally what would happen is we would open Skype, which is built into Windows 8. When you open it, it opens in full screen. There's supposed to be a way to take a full screen application, grab it in the upper right corner, drag it to the left, and such that it only uses up 1/3 of the screen from the left or the right, whichever way. There are keyboard shortcuts. It's hard for me to do that. I log into his computer using TeamViewer to control things. And a way to do that is to do Windows key Shift period, which is supposed to move everything over to the left third of the screen. And it quit working. I don't know if they changed something in Windows 8. I don't know if it had to do with the monitor being different. I'm not sure. I never could get the Skype to go anything but it was either not visible or full screen. There was nothing in between that I could get.
I know your issue with it.
I have a suggestion. Try hooking up an external keyboard and mouse and close the cover so that it disables that as a monitor, and then you'll only be using the external monitor, and you won't have to worry about the phantom monitor.
But he takes it with him, and that's kind of going to be.
Well, he's going to replace the LCD there. In fact,
in the interim, just close the cover and have an external keyboard and monitor, and then you'll be able to use it like it's a desktop.
I actually found 2 videos on YouTube that show in detail how to replace the LCD in his exact model of computer. With the right screen, it can be done in about 15 minutes.
And the price on it?
$65.
Wow.
How old is the laptop? This is a relatively new laptop?
It is.
That's amazing to get a screen that cheap.
Yeah.
A new one. Wow.
I've done that on one laptop, and I'm fixing to have to do it on another because the same granddaughter put her other laptop on the floor where her 5-year-old sister stepped on it. And but another good program by StarDock, Mike, is called Modern Mix. It will allow you to run all these Metro apps in a window on your desktop, and just you can resize them. You don't have to do that full screen stuff.
What is called Modern Mix?
Modern Mix from StarDock. They're the ones that produce Star 8, a lot of other helpful programs.
Right. Well, I'll tell you what I did, Bruce. I actually installed the desktop version of Skype.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
And that gave me, because with Windows 8 and Skype, you do not have the ability to turn off automatic level control.
Right. The Skype version of Windows 8 is horrible. Yeah.
So you're talking about the Skype that comes with Windows 8 from the App Store.
Right.
Right. Which is the different
Well, Windows 8 has Skype built in. There's no App Store or anything. It's there.
It comes preloaded as an app.
To get updates for it, I had to go to the Windows Store or whatever they call it.
It's versus a program. It's an app.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can delete it, though, but it does come with Windows 8.
How do you delete it?
Same way you delete any other apps in Windows 8. And I'm trying to remember now because I went back to Windows 7.
Well, interestingly enough, according to what I read and did successfully, you can have them both installed on the computer at the same time.
Right.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. you just want to turn off notifications on that Windows 8 app because you get notifications on both of them, and I found that annoying.
Well, you can also, as I recall, and I don't have a lot of experience with it, the only connection I have with it is through TeamViewer, but when you start the Skype app and then switch to it, if you hit Alt F4, it supposedly closes it. The other thing that you can do is grab it at the top and drag it off the screen, and that supposedly closes the program so that you don't have them both running at the same time.
What I just looked up to remove an app says that you go to the tile itself, and then you let's see here. You'll see drag it down just slightly and release it, and you'd see a check mark on the corner of the tile, and the toolbar down below. Now you can tap uninstall to remove the app. So I'll try it. I have to fire up my Windows 8 machine, but I'll give it a shot.
That Skype being integrated in Windows 8 at that level is a bad idea for us.
I'd say it's a bad idea for everybody if it takes up either a third of the screen or the entire screen. It's pathetic, isn't it, for a voice app?
Okay, but to play devil's advocate, if you have Skype going, you're on a long call talking with family, something like that. If you're not paying, if it's just an audio call, you switch to something else and it just stays there and runs. So it really, that in that regard, it's not a big deal. But for us, I mean, we get frustrated because of what Skype will and will not do, because we're in the 0.000000001% of people who use Skype to its maximum capability.
I think you're just exaggerating now.
No, I think I missed a zero.
John was talking about this RC quadcopter with a camera that's coming up, and Joanne was asking if you can shoot live with this 350 QX BNF with safe technology. I thought it was illegal to fly an RC plane, an RC device with a camera over, like, to if it's not really on above your own property or something like that. Am I wrong?
Possibly.
So you can't.
It has to do with where there is an expectation of privacy. That is, that if you take this remote-controlled helicopter, hover it outside of someone's bedroom on the second floor, and shoot the camera into the bedroom, then unless you're the government, that's illegal.
Well, you also have to be careful, because if you live in Deer Trail, Colorado,
Yep.
they have just passed a law where you can get a permit for shooting down drones.
So they did pass
there's
it.
government intervention again. Why do you even need a permit?
Yes.
And they're paying a bounty.
Yeah, and then the FCC has said, you better not shoot down any of our drones.
So basically, it's either you get a permit or you're a pervert.
Yeah, they were talking about that, and they were saying, so what happens if you shoot down a government drone that costs $4 million? It's like the Predator or whatever, and they said, no, these things fly a lot higher. We're talking about those that you buy at the store.
Well, a lot of local law enforcement are using drones now, small ones that are not purchasable by the public. They're a lot smaller than the big missile firing drones.
Did you look at the link that John put in the chat?
Did you see what Brent said?
Oh, yes, it could be true.
Shoot
I
back.
I know the cost of quadricopters is definitely dropping a lot, isn't it?
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
who's
this
to say
is.
you
I
couldn't
see
get
the one that John put in there, but that would not be able. You couldn't use that at long range because you have to stay within radio contact with it. It's more of a hobby thing than it is a
Right.
something that the government could use. Although they could use it, there's no reason to stop them from using it. But it would be when I think of a drone, I think of something that's almost autonomous, that you can set it up to fly and go out, and it maintains altitude, and you just tell it to do something, and it will go and do it until you tell it to do something else.
It's coming.
Oh yeah, no, they've already had that, but I mean this this requires
for the hobbyers.
some. You need to fly it because you got to pay attention to things like wind and all that, so it doesn't move off course. You have to actively be sending it information.
I'm just thinking what I'm going to do is I'm going to build a, the net that you go in and you catch flies with. I mean, butterflies with. Build one that's like with a 30-foot and go outside and just catch it.
Well, just have it. What you do is you attach it to one of those antenna rotors that you used to get.
Yeah.
And have two of them so it's balanced, two big nets, and have it just continuously spinning around. And it will capture any drones that fly over the house.
Gary's saying it's possible to jam a drone if you know the combination of frequencies.
I would say that you don't really need to know it. If you have a jammer that's wide enough.
Well, it still has to be in the right brand because these receivers are highly selective, and you have to put significant energy in the appropriate frequency. Huh? So if any drones crash in the area, we need to look for Gary.
And there's still liabilities because what goes up must come down, and if it comes down on somebody's house, and there's civil liabilities and damages, and so you got to really think carefully before you shoot down a drone.
I mean, the communication device in the military Blazer that I have.
Yes.
When you key the mic, the reason why it's illegal to use now is because it's such a wide coverage on each and every band that if you put it on the right band, it will trump 3-4 radio stations at once.
And it uses that rake receiver technology where you've got this is multiple frequencies at the same time.
Yeah, we're talking this is tubes, and it's from what is it? It's probably Korea, World War II, Korea. It's not a new thing, but it works. I mean, when you key the mic, there is a fan at the back of the unit that comes on to cool it when you key the mic.
I could do that with a 500-watt kicker in the 80s.
There you go. Radio. You see? That's it. Linear amplifiers.
I had that thing in the trunk of a Buick Century.
Yeah.
With one of those big whip antennas,
Uh-huh. You could hear, I mean, the person that was supposed to hear you heard you, and so did everybody else in a 10-mile radius.
The first church I pastored in Meridian, Mississippi, we were in the middle of services one Sunday morning. All of a sudden, this CB guy comes over our PA system.
Yeah.
One of the first bosses I had with a part-time job that I had when I was in college had he used single sideband CB radio to talk to home and for his business and all that. And he had 100-watt linears in his car, I think he drove a van or a truck or something. I don't remember. But I remember riding with him somewhere one time, and he's talking to his wife on single sideband, and somebody kept stepping on him. He goes, "I'm going to fix his ass." So he turned on the 100-watt linear and just started talking to his wife again. It just blew everybody away.
Yeah. 919-518-9773, Computers 2K Voice on Skype. Call us, jump in.
Let me tell you what happened with my daughters. So if I told this, I don't think I told this before. If I did, stop me. But my daughter contacted me at the office late one afternoon. Well, no, right before lunch it was. She wanted to get a canvas print, which I didn't even know what that was, but she wanted to get a 16 by 20 canvas print of one of her wedding pictures. The print was for my other daughter. It was a picture of her and her boyfriend at the wedding. Beautiful picture. We were going to their housewarming. She wanted to give her this 16 by 20 canvas print as a housewarming gift. She looked around. We found a company that would do it for $75. Then we found out that FedEx will do it. We found out that there are quite a few people who will do it. Some want a $25 rush charge, just all over the map with how you would get one. And for lunch, I needed to go over to Walmart, not too far from my office. I went over there. And when I was in there, I looked back, I saw the photo department. I walked back there, and sure enough, they do canvas prints. They do them while you wait. I asked them, I said, how long does it take to get one? They said, well, as long as this guy is here, it's not a problem. So I started talking with him, and I asked him, I said, if she comes over here right after she gets off work, can you do it while she waits? Well, it depends on how busy we are. I was on the phone with my daughter. She said, can I just email him the picture? I asked him, I said, can she email it to you? No, there's really no way to email it. We don't have any way set up for that. And I said, no, I don't know any way to do it. He said, but do you have it on your phone? I said, no. She said, well, wait a minute, I'll send it to you on your phone. She tried to send it to me. She couldn't send it to me. It was a 5 megabit picture. She said, wait a minute, it's in my Gmail account. Here's my password for my Gmail account. On my phone, I logged into her Gmail account. Sure enough, I found the picture. I opened the picture, but now how was I going to get it onto the phone and out of Gmail? I'm sitting there looking. I can't figure out a way to do it. The guy at the Walmart store says, well, just put your finger on the picture and hold it. I did that, and it pops up and says, do you want to save it? So I clicked on save, and it saved the picture to the internal memory on the iPhone, which one I have 4. Then at Walmart, we have a cable. They have this kiosk. They had an iPhone cable. I plugged the cable into the iPhone, went through this touchscreen thing to tell it to look on the phone for the picture. It brought up all the pictures on my phone. It was like the third one listed. We clicked on it. It downloaded the picture from the telephone, put it full screen on the screen. We needed to crop it just a tiny bit to be able to center it. The picture was off just a tiny bit. We cropped it, hit save, and then I left to go back to the office, and she went by at 4:30 and picked it up, and it was ready. Just amazes me what you can do with phones and things now. I mean, this is a 5 megabit picture that we were able to download while I was at lunch at Walmart.
Yep.
Try to contain your excitement.
The bigger and bigger these images are getting now as well. Excuse me. It always amazes me that you've got something like an entry-level phone with 8 gigabytes, and you think, well, that's no good. I can only take 2 pictures on that.
Yeah,
It's remarkable, but the expectation is today too, though, is that to us this is wow, this is really cool, but to Nick, this is like, yeah, so yeah, when did I not be able to do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's got 32 gig. What's the point? It's got a micro SD card slot where you can put 64 in it. 128 is just around the corner.
iPhones don't have SD card slots. Just saying.
Hey, Spence, is this a Johnson?
No, this is a Sonar Model G. This was the first CB radio I had, tube set. That was, I bought it, I guess I was 17. And at the time I had a Dodge van. And I mounted it to the engine compartment because the engine compartment sat between the 2 front seats. I had it in a little box so that I could close the lid so people didn't see it, so they would steal it. And but this was a wonderful CB radio that you could play with. You could play with the final stages, and I took an SWR meter and put it up on the antenna, and you could actually just tweak it for the maximum output. And it had only had 8 channels. Because it was, you had to buy a set of crystals, transmit and receive crystals for it. And, I had a lot of fun with this.
I have a Johnson that looks very much like this one.
Yeah, it might be very similar. It's funny that the guy's got a picture of the book, which I also had. I had written to the manufacturer when I got it. It was made in Brooklyn, New York, and I got that exact manual when I just sold it. I think I still had it when I moved here, and then I sold it some at a yard sale, and some guy's like, "Oh my God, I can't believe you have one of these." It's like, I said, "Great, you buy it. I don't want it anymore."
Yeah, the case looks the same. Interesting.
What I used to like about the big old ones like that, and then also the amplifiers, or the boosters as you call them, I think, is you could go up on the hills to try and get as far away as you can, sort of CDX and all this rubbish. But they were both heaters, so you could stick one on the floor under your feet to keep your feet nice and warm, and then put the other one next to you, and you keep your hands nice and warm.
Yeah, especially on these.
Yeah, because it used to get really hot.
Yeah.
This had a cool feature on it where you could listen on one frequency. It could listen on to all 23 channels that were available and transmit on a different one, which was pretty cool.
How about a Skywaver? You got a copy on me? Yeah, go ahead.
What was your handle, Bruce?
Parson. I was the Parson. The old-fashioned name for preacher.
I was Sylvester Mobile because my van, big van, that big red van that I nicknamed Sylvester, and I became Sylvester. Oh, there's the inside. Look at that. Yeah. Sylvester Mobile, and I had on my dashboard I had a little plastic Tweety bird. Mm-hmm. Yeah, these was fun days.
I just posted a link to our CB radios. We used to use them in our business. You could get 5-6 miles out of them back before everything was so congested.
Wow.
We had big outside antennas, everything.
What was the legal limit on wattage back then?
5 watts.
Four point
before,
something.
yeah, when it was still 23 channels.
Yeah.
I know when they moved to 40 channels, it changed to something less than that. But yeah.
It's 5 watts.
I mean, if things, if things are right and your SWR was right and you had antenna at the top of the tree and all that, and I mean, you could get good distance out of it without a linear.
I'm trying to remember now. Would this be enough power, and if it was the frequency right, that you could get skip?
Skip has nothing to do with that. The skip.
No, I'm saying. I think I remember talking to like somebody from Pennsylvania.
Anywhere, yeah.
But I didn't know if it was enough to skip off the ionosphere the way shortwave does. I guess it would have to. Like, it can't go line of sight.
Right.
We used to quite often, because I used to belong to a couple of CB clubs, we used to quite often go up on top of the hills, because we live in a valley in the town here where I am, so we've got hills all the way around. And, we'd sort of like meet up with a few other people, usually down the local car park or something. And then somebody would say, "Hey, hang on a minute, the skip's coming up." So we'd all like drive like lunatics to get up on top of the hill, and we'd all be CQ, trying to get contact with somebody in Germany or France or Spain. Yep. And I used to send, I can't think what the cards were called now, but they were, we'd receive a card from them because we'd give them our address, and then we'd send one back, like a local postcard from our address. And I got a box full of cards from all over Europe that we used to manage to get in contact with. And very often that was just on 4 watts. It was when the skip was really right. It was amazing how far you could get. And of course, the people with a 50 watt or higher burner or booster would go for considerably longer than that, but it was great times. QSO cars, that's right. Thanks, John. Flah.
Skipping right along before we drone on too much.
Yeah. Skipping right along.
Yeah, okay. Did you want us to join you skipping?
There we go. Okay, go ahead.
No, I think that's all he said.
Yeah, that's all I said.
Fun days. It was simple technology. At the time, it was quite sophisticated and what have you. But there was I like the fact that there were so many people from all walks of life. It was, you'd have people that were, doctors and physicians and all sorts, meeting up with people that were, slaughterhouse workers and unemployed and all sorts. But it had no bounds in respect of how people would mix. It made no difference. You were a CB fan, a little bit like internet and technology and things like that with online, perhaps, where they meet on the forum nowadays. It doesn't really matter what you do for a living or what your personal beliefs or whatever are. You're just there because you have a like mind, and irrespective of what your outlook was or what your beliefs or anything else, it didn't matter. The fact is you were a CB fan, and nowadays it's like you're a gadget fan or you're a geek fan or you like whatever. It was like the forerunner to some of the things that we currently have with much better technology.
It was a safer day, too. I can recall being on trips and talking with people who were either just, in the same direction I was, either in front of me or behind me. And we'd actually stop and meet at a truck stop for a cup of coffee. I remember doing that 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, we used to quite often have things like, do you fancy an eyeball? And, that would be with females or with anybody. A trucker would be coming through up on the motorway or the freeway and saying, I need to come into your town. Can you give us directions? We said, when I've dropped my load, as they would say, we'll drop round for a coffee.
Mm-hmm. I used to go back and forth between New York and Raleigh all the time, and it was nice to have a CB sitting in the rocking chair, really. And what?
It was essential, really, because you need a map for every town you went to. None of the days like with GPS tracking and built-in sat nav and stuff. It was the only way of finding out where a particular place was in an area. Lorry driver. Yes, Gary, it is.
And people just jumped. They were anxious to help you.
Yeah. It's it was a whole different time.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm glad it happened when I was at the age I was, sort of in my 20s, because I couldn't imagine what it would be like now. If I was 20 now, I would just I wouldn't even like to think about it. Good fun, good times. That's the main thing.
Alan says, what you said on CB radio, no matter how many people could hear you, cannot get you into the 10th of trouble in an online post. Not only that, but I don't think anybody saved it either.
NSA would.
No, I don't think it reached them. They didn't have skip.
Well, did you see that post this week about some police departments using these little cameras on the trunk of their cars that scan license plates?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that one.
Yeah.
And what's same with anything else the NSA is doing is that they keep it for indefinitely, basically, so they can then think, hang on, I want to, what was such and such a license plate's doing? Give me the route it was taking on that particular day. Scary.
Yeah, they don't pay for the hard drives.
No.
Yeah, I saw an interesting article pop up as I was looking at stories talking about a new. Remember how when MP3s came out and how it caused the music industry to not really figure out how to deal with that, and they were all just dragging their feet, and all the issues around downloading and the lawsuits and all that, RIAA. Well, now the next big thing that's happening, that's starting to get their attention, is streaming is causing digital download sales to drop.
Yeah,
so
right.
Because so many people are streaming now and not actually buying the music or downloading the files, the industry is starting to take notice of this. It said recent figures released by Billboard and Nielsen reveal a 4.6% decline in overall album and track sales during the first half of 2013. So broken down further, we find sales of digital downloads dropped 2.3%, while sales of physical CDs dropped 14%. And mid-year streams, however, were increased by 24%. So here we go. There'll be the next thing that comes along that makes the music industry get all crazy.
They're already doing it here in the UK. You just go to court and ask you to block the website. And court just agrees and just passes it on to the ISP. It's blocked at ISP level. But I mean,
these
in any
streaming
business,
services, these are like Pandora, for example. If you let it run too long, it'll pop up with a message that says, "This is the free version." It says, "Are you still listening? We pay for every song we stream." But obviously, they make the money through advertising, which is constantly there with the free version.
I read some article about somebody that pulled their music from Spotify. Can't remember who it was.
Well, there's several I've done recently. I read that as well. It was Iron Maiden, one of the singers from Iron Maiden or something, I think.
No, I remember the name if you say it. That wasn't it.
No, I think he was a band member, but he's got his own stuff he does as well, but I can't remember what it was now.
Yeah.
It's about a week ago I read it.
Because of low
revenue. Yeah, which is stupid if you think about it. I mean, you're not getting if you're getting very little revenue, the last thing you should want to do is to remove your stuff so you get no revenue.
Well,
not really. There's a little ego tied up in it, Steve. They don't want people to know how low their sales are.
Well, they don't have to divulge the information by saying I'm taking it off because I'm not getting enough, which basically means, like you've just said, because no one's playing your damn music, then go write some more then.
and besides, this just shows how much you're doing online. That doesn't mean how many people go to the store and buy the stuff or...
Well, it doesn't take into account a lot of these statistics and things. I mean, like with any other statistic, you can manipulate it to show what you want to a degree. But any business person with a half an ounce of sense would say, well, look, there's an awful lot of people streaming stuff now. People seem to want to have streaming. We're constantly hearing that people want our stuff to be streamed and we need, and they're going to sites that are doing it illegally. Well, does that not say to any business-orientated person that, hang on, perhaps we should be streaming this stuff to give them what they actually want from a legitimate source? Hello? Knock, knock, knock. Anybody home? Sorry, I had a rant there. Please carry on.
It's fine. Spence, do we have specials?
I'm totally out of the music side of things. And that is such a transition for someone like me who grew up dead in the middle of the music industry.
I can appreciate that, Mike. It's very difficult if you've been used to having something a set way that you're always sure has worked in the past that now all of a sudden isn't working. But it's very blinded not to, open the blinkers even just a little bit and see what's going on out of your peripheral vision to think, well, hang on a minute, maybe there is a slightly different way. Let's try at least a little bit to go the direction that they are. But they're not really. There's still even things like Spotify and Groove Shark and a lot of the other services like that. They're pricing themselves out of the market before they even start. They're not trying. They're trying to force their will and their old business model by maybe adjusting it a tiny little bit. But it's not benefiting the artists, and it's decimating the industry, which is ludicrous.
Well, no, I think we're in a transition where at some point people are no longer going to pay to get music. I mean, think about it. If you go to YouTube now, almost any song you want to hear is on YouTube, probably in pretty decent quality stereo sound.
Yeah.
It's very trivial to be able to download and to keep that song if you want it. But I mean, I never do it. There's just nothing there I want. I might go to YouTube and listen to a song, but why should I add it to my library? I mean, my library is flax ripped from CDs that I own, and if I go to YouTube, I've got their garbage quality, so it's just not worth it. But I just don't listen to music that much anymore. I still enjoy music. I've got a pretty extensive library. If I want to go in and pick up something I haven't heard in quite a long time, then I enjoy going back and listening to it. But it's kind of like the problem. It's kind of like a problem I ran into when I was looking at those CB radios a moment ago. I went back in and found this Johnson Messenger CB radio like we used to have in the old days, and I'm sitting there looking at it, wondering where all of our radios are, wishing I still had one of them. So that means that everything I'm trying to throw away, I have to hold on to now because I might want it one day. Of course, I won't be alive 50 years from now to look at it, but at least my kids won't have any hesitation throwing it away.
But it doesn't matter, does it? Because you'll always know in the back of your mind that it will come in handy one day.
Well, I've got a bunch of stuff here I need to take to Amnon in case it comes in handy one day. But other than that, I'm cleaning out some stuff. My problem now is I have too many computers.
I'll take all the i7s that you have.
Yeah, if you've got an i7 going spare, I'll have one.
I actually have one I haven't powered up in the last 30 days, and I hope today to power it up and at least get the updates done.
Go, Mike, go.
Well, Nick is back.
I've been back.
He's just lurking.
Yeah. I've been listening.
So let me ask you a question. My son-in-law, who's deceased now, almost 3 years, we went through a garage sale, and I'm not going to talk about the video camera I found, but one of the things that we found in going through some bins is this portable hard drive. Mm-hmm. And he was the president of the Austin Blues Association, and I'm plugging in this hard drive now. And on this hard drive was a great collection of blues music that he had. Who owns that music, and what problem is there right now with me preparing to upload this to the rest of my 8,000 songs on Google Music's library in the cloud?
I'm not sure who owns it.
I am.
Who?
Whoever created it.
Right? Well, I mean, that's probably one issue.
I can't wait for Mike's response.
Yep.
Well, guys, go ahead and take a shot. What do you think?
Well, is it my daughter, since she is the inheritance? I mean, she got everything else, or?
Yeah, but you have to break it down a little more than that. The record companies, music companies, own the material. They extended a license to. Now we're assuming that let's just assume that he paid Amazon to download those to his computer. That keeps it simple.
He had an extensive CD collection, and these are all ripped from his CDs. The CDs were donated to the Austin Blues Association upon his passing by my daughter.
Okay, then nobody has a license to those.
Mm-hmm.
You can't make a derivative copy for alternate use unless you maintain the original CD.
Yeah, John in Florida's got an argument. The moral argument is as long as you don't sell it, you can use it.
Which is not true for legal.
My viewpoint would be is whenever you buy something, you then have a contract with the person that you sold it to, that you abide by the agreement, and you won't infringe on the copyright. If you then give that hard drive to somebody else who has nothing to, well, as in this case, you've bought that hard drive, you don't have an agreement, you don't have a licensing agreement with anybody. It was the original purchaser who did, not the person that bought the hard drive from somebody else, from somebody else, from somebody else. Where does that stand legally? That must be a very grey area.
Mike, if Bruce uses it and uploads it, and let's say that somebody...
Wait, break it down, Amnon. Now, you just said two different things.
No, I said if he takes it, obviously he uses it, he's uploading it to his music to use. I mean, he's not uploading it there for other people to download. He's uploading it there so he can listen to it.
Okay.
And let's say that somebody knows about it who is in... Would you think that the law will come after him when he says, look, this was my son-in-law's, and blah, 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 and you just explain, somebody would say, well, because it was donated, you can't use it, so cease and desist. But it's not like you're going to get in trouble. I would like to think.
Answer to that.
Well, I'm not a copyright professional, am I? I mean, just like a novice.
No, but you were involved in stuff like that.
Yeah. Well, let me throw another question at you. you've got Google and Amazon now where you can plug in or connect your music collection, and they'll automatically update. They'll recognize it and they'll automatically update to, 320 or 256K versions of that music. So who's to say that you didn't rip them off of somebody else's collection? But legally, as far as that's concerned, Google are now going to put those in your library and making them available to you. So in a roundabout sort of way, what the damn hell's the difference?
Well,
Good point.
getting back to, you can try to justify these things all you want to, but the law is pretty clear now. The law has almost caught up with the technology. You can go to YouTube and play a song on YouTube. You cannot legally download that song to your hard drive and play it from your hard drive.
Well, unless you know how to go into the cache and get it.
No.
No.
Legally. do it.
I mean, you can download it, but
It's easy to do it technically, but you can't legally do it. That's beyond the scope of the license granted by the owner to the YouTube.
But what happens if
YouTube
somebody
pays
else
for
comes onto your computer and just happens across, the file that happens to be there in the cache? They weren't the one that agreed to the license terms on YouTube, and yet they found a song there that they can play.
And so you're asking, are there some situations in which the law would not know how to deal with the effectively? And I would answer yes. The law is not perfect, because the question that you're asking, and I'm not being funny with this parallel, but the question you're asking is related a lot to child pornography.
Yes.
And that is that if I go visit Steve, and Steve comes here. He's sitting here using my computer, and the guys walk in with guns, and they put him under arrest because NSA has determined that there's child pornography on my computer. Well, what did Steve do wrong? Did he do anything wrong by using a computer that, unbeknownst to him, had child pornography on it? Well, it's not quite so clear. As my understanding is, for example, the state of New York has passed a law that says that you cannot be prosecuted simply for having child pornography, which is illegal. There has to be some legal nexus between you and the possession of that child pornography. And actually, I agree with that. I think that's the way it should be. I think that the maximum penalty allowed for possession of child pornography should be, that's what it should be, as bad as it can get. Child pornography there's zero use for it, and anybody who possesses it's a sicko, period. I don't care if you like that comment or not. Having said that, let's just suppose, and we are techies here, and we know that this is not some rationalization or making an excuse. You can mistype a domain name in a URL into Chrome and end up at a child pornography site. If this happens to be, which thank God I've never done, and I have never even seen child pornography, but I can assure you it would be trivial to mistype a URL and go to a site that might have 10 or 20 or 30 pictures there on the front page of illegal child pornography. If that happens, those pictures are now in the cache on the hard drive on your computer. In which case, if the authorities are able to see that on your hard drive, then you have violated the law, and in fact, you have committed a felony. But having said that, are you really a felon if you didn't even know it was there? You had no intentions of doing it. So I think there has to be some connection between you knowingly did it. For example, in that circumstance, if we were to design a law that would be fair to the person, I would have to say that there would have to be at least a second or third site involved that was not linked through the primary site. There would have to be some sort of pattern of consumption, and it wouldn't have to be much, but it would have to be some sort of pattern of consumption of child pornography to more strongly suggest that the person was engaged in viewing it.
And Mike,
they'd have to be able to prove intent.
Yeah, and even worse than accidentally going to accidentally going to a site you didn't mean to go to. There's even those ad companies that could have that could be promoting sites like that. If you go on torrent sites, that's all they promote is stuff like that, and that stuff gets logged in your cache. You're not going.
Porn?
I'm not sure about that, but there's lots of very
Questionable.
ads on the sidebars of those sites.
Right, but hang on a second. Porn is not illegal.
No, I know.
Porn is a felony.
It is, but I don't know what that ad agency is putting on those sidebars.
His point is that these things get onto your cache because of the
That
page.
is the point, yeah.
And then if somebody goes through your cache and they said, well, we see that there's a evidence that you at least came across that kind of stuff. What were you doing there? I mean, you're in trouble first.
I think there has been a couple of cases already in America where somebody who had an open Wi-Fi connection were flagged by the authorities as having visited sites like that, when in fact it wasn't that particular internet subscriber. It was somebody using their Wi-Fi, which was like a neighbor or something. But they were under investigation and got a visit, whatever else. It's interesting that I noticed, I think yesterday or the day before, that Russia is bringing in new laws to counteract streaming and copyright and various things like that. And as far as I understand it, I think it's August the 1st they're bringing it in. It's a little bit like SOPA and PIPA and that kind of thing. Well, they're saying even if you...
What happened?
I think he dropped.
Yeah.
No, I mean, he's still there.
You had another Skype call coming in. Did you put him on hold when you answered that one?
No, because I'm still here and I see him. He's still here.
Okay.
I think his connection just stopped.
there's a problem with this call.
Yeah, I think he stopped. Or I think his connection
It'll
stopped.
try to reconnect him.
Yeah, hopefully. But I agree with the way that New York runs the law because, I mean...
Steve, are you there?
Nah, it's still dialing him. He's not here yet.
What about specials?
We got him. And we are very pleased that we had all of the ads in my physical paper yet again this morning. So
There you go.
Ceases never
it's
won.
like must be back to school or something. Makes it go a whole lot easier to.
Oh, shoot. Dang it.
What?
I disconnected Nick instead of...
Oh. Don't do that.
Nick, call back.
Hey, Bruce, I had a question. I went ahead and upgraded to the latest
Sorry about that, Nick.
Very hurt.
XSplit.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Right.
And it wouldn't work with the Skype version that I had. But I'm a little behind on Skype. But I'm always reluctant to go to the latest one because it breaks something.
I am on the latest one, updated just this morning, and I'm using XSplit into Skype. So, as you can see,
I need to upgrade. All right, I need to upgrade Skype first. Okay,
Yeah.
I backed it up to the last 1.3 beta, the one that came out a while ago.
Yeah, there were some issues. I'm on Skype version 6.6.0.106 is the version that I updated to this morning.
I'm on 6.0.
I'm on 6.6.106.
I'm looking to see which version I'm on here.
Hey, John, try again. We had some Skype issues.
Yeah, I'm on 6.3
Steve
because
shows...
it kept breaking, so I just stayed with it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh well. All right, I'll play around with it during the week. I wasn't going to fool around with it. As it is, this morning I updated XSplit, and I had to scramble to go back to the prior one to get it to work.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't lose my profiles. I just can't remember which file name I saved the current one under, so I don't have my normal.
Hey, John.
We'll just go from here.
Hello, am I in?
Yeah.
You were in.
Oh, okay, cool. It's just that conversation about it's funny how the music just kind of like flows. All other stuff kind of flows from the music questions, and there's the legal, which if it happens to go to a court of law, has to be proven. So this always bothers me about somebody using your computer, your network to download child porn, which is why everybody obviously should secure their network. But, I don't know if people have been convicted for being stupid and letting other people do that.
I'm hoping that people are really stupid are convicted every day of being stupid.
Okay.
But we talk about all the time how the law is so far behind technology that I wouldn't surprise me if multiple people have been convicted of it because the law just doesn't know how to differentiate the difference between what it actually means to access it on that computer.
Yeah, that's the problem, that you're guilty before proven innocent.
Yes, sir.
That's the reality. That's not supposed to be how it works, but that is reality. And also, this gives me a chance to sneak in my other point. How come you all don't care about me talking to the Mir space station back in the day over my little VHF radio? Got no feedback on that.
Wait. Talking to who?
You remember the Russians had a space station? It was called the Mir, M-I-R.
Space?
Peace.
Space?
Space, up in space. Revolving around the Earth. I talked to Shannon Lucid, who was one of the U.S. astronauts aboard the Mir space station, from my car over VHF, 50 watts probably. Line of sight. Wasn't a real long conversation.
Yeah. That's kind of disturbing.
Why is that disturbing?
That's kind of cool.
It's disturbing because, come on, what are you chatting with somebody? I mean, you're up there to do a job.
Well, first of all, most of the astronauts have their ham licenses, the U.S. astronauts and other countries as well.
Yeah.
And even aboard the current ISS, there's a ham radio set up aboard the space station now, and they regularly contact schools and their downtime. Hams in general that can have conversations with them. So it's a big deal.
NATO. I mean,
yeah, this is not a new thing. I mean, this goes back many years. They've been doing that, and it's a great thing for a way for them to stay in touch outside of the normal channels.
Yeah, and the Mir that was in the 90s. When I had that brief contact, and I was scanning through the frequencies, and I happened to catch Shannon Lucid talking to somebody in her family, and I threw my call out. She came back to me, and we only talked for about a minute or so. But I got a QSO card. Somebody before mentioned QSO cards. I think it was Steve or somebody, and I got one from the Mir, and that's the only ham thing pretty much that I ever accomplished that really impressed my teenage daughter.
Wait a minute, were they chatting while piloting the spaceship?
Of course not. But then again, it did crash eventually, but not while I was talking to her.
Hamming while flying the Mir.
I think that's
Hamming
awesome.
while aboard the Mir.
Yeah. Would that be called smearing?
Now, when was this?
I don't know the exact date. It was in the 90s. I'd have to check the card. Which actually is on my wall.
Wasn't there a problem at one time where things went really crazy up there? That must be when John was talking to him.
It's my fault. I'm laying low. I don't want to be prosecuted. To this day, I can't go to Russia.
All right, Spence, do we have specials? I know you're anxious.
No, I'm not anxious.
Okay, Bub, I'm going to cut you off one more time, and then you can do specials. I got to head out here, guys. So thanks for having me on, and I'll probably be around later tonight.
All right, Nick. Thank you.
Thanks. Have a good.
Next time you connect here, I want to see your RG icon up there instead of just.
Oh, did my Skype icon change?
Yeah.
What do you see? Just the regular person?
Just the upper part of that stick figure.
Okay, well I will have to change that, and have a good week, everybody.
Yeah,
are
you shopping for a watch this afternoon?
No, probably not.
All right, take care.
Have a good week, guys.
You too.
All right, bye.
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 So, as a point of information, Shannon Lucid spent 179 days aboard Mir in 1996, March to September of 1996.
Wow.
So, very interesting. Okay. So, starting out with the specials for today. What's today's date? July 21st. Did I put that in there so people know? July 21st, 2013. Starting with Best Buy. They've got touchscreen laptops starting at $399. So, prices continue to drop. Logitech M325 mouse. This is one that comes with different types of very fancy artwork on them. And there's many different kinds, and Best Buy says we have our own exclusive patterns on the mice. So if you're looking for an exclusive pattern, $12.99, save $17 over the regular price. They've got a 15.6-inch Lenovo A6 quad-core laptop for $329.99. They've got an Acer 20-inch LED monitor for $89.99, save $40. They've got a Seagate 1 terabyte portable USB 3.0 hard drive, $69.99. That's $10 off. Western Digital 2 terabyte portable USB 3.0, $129.99. That's $20 off. They have a Seagate 4 terabyte desktop drive, $169.99. Save $20. That's all at Best Buy. At Staples, 16 gig flash drive for $8.99. Save $11. They've got a 15.6-inch Toshiba AMD E1. This is definitely an entry-level laptop. But if you want a cheap laptop, disposable after a few years, $279.99. Save $120. They've got the wireless Epson Workforce printer scanner fax copier with smartphone printing. This is an inkjet printer. $79. That's $20 off. The Brother HL2280 DW wireless laser printer scanner copier with duplex printing, two-sided printing for $149. Save $50. 25% off all Logitech mice and mouse keyboard combinations. They've got the Motorola Surfboard cable modem, $69.99, save $10. Make sure you check with your cable provider on the exact model to make sure that it is supported, and will give you the speed that you qualify for with your package, because some of these modems only support up to a certain speed. Western Digital MyBook USB 3.0 desktop drive, 2 terabytes for $99, saved $10. 3 terabytes for $129, saved $10. And they've got a 32 gig Nexus 7 tablet, $199, saved $49. The price is dropping on this tablet. This is actually a nice tablet with Android 4.1. That's at Staples. Office Max has PNY micro 8 gig flash drives. This is the kind that looks like a tiny transceiver that you would normally use for a mouse. So you plug it into the USB port on a laptop, and it sticks out maybe a quarter of an inch, so it can be left in, which is nice. That's for $7.99, save $5. They've got Netgear N600 dual band wireless router, $79, save $10. Keep in mind, in order to take advantage of the dual band capability, you have to have a matching network card that supports dual band. A Microsoft 800 wireless keyboard and mouse combo for $19.99. That's the cheapest I've seen it out there today. It's $20 off the regular price. 16 gig HD, SDHC, and SDHC micro cards, $12.99. Save $17. That's handy. The micro ones are handy for most smartphones that have SD memory slots. That's at Office Max. At Tiger Direct, they've got their Centon brand USB flash drive, $16.99, 16 gig for $8.99, 32 gig for $14.99, 64 gig for $29.99. They've got Dell 18.5-inch LED monitor for $89.99, Acer 22-inch LED for $109.99, and an Asus 24-inch LED for $159.99. They have the Gearhead brand wireless keyboard and mouse for $12.99. They've got a Brother wireless inkjet printer, scanner, fax copier for $69.99. They have the desktop Samsung desktop form factor, I should say, Samsung 24X DVD burner for $19.99. They've got the Ngenius high power AP. It's a wireless access point. It's not a router. It will sit on the Ethernet network and get its DHCP from the existing router. So this is not a router replacement. But if you have an area where you'd like to add a higher power wireless, say for a single AP in the house, you can use this device. Amnon has a version of this that he uses at home. It works very well.
Yep.
Prior to this, using standard wireless routers, he could not get coverage throughout the entire house. But this works in the house and outside the house as well. So that's for $89.99. They've got desktop memory, DR3 memory, 4 gig on sale for $29.99, 8 gig for $59.99. Notebook memory, 4 gig, $34.99, and 8 gig for $59.99. That's all at Tiger Direct. At Office Depot, PNY 8 gig flash drive for $6.99. I think that's the best price. These are the best prices out there today for flash memory, flash drives. 16 gig for $12.99, 32 gig for $24.99. They've got a 16 gig Asus Mimo 7-inch Android tablet. That's 4.1 for $99, save 10. They've got the 16 gig Asus Mimo 10.1-inch Android tablet, also version 4.1, with a Tegra Quad processor for $269.99, save 30. They got a Samsung 23-inch LED monitor for $149, save 50. They've got an HP 15.6-inch i3 laptop, 4 gig of memory, 750 gig hard drive for $379, save $210. They've got a Toshiba 17-inch AMD A6 quad laptop, 6 gig of memory, 750 gig hard drive for $399, save $100. They've got a Brother mono laser printer copier with duplex printing for $129.99. That's got built-in networking, wired networking. And that's at Office Depot. And finally, 2 items at H.H. Gregg, 7-inch 8 gig Galaxy Tab 3 with Android 4.1, $199.99. And they've got a no-name 7-inch 4 gig Android 4.1 tablet for $69.99. And that's it for today's special. That's at H.S. Gregg. That's it for today's specials.
Nice. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah,
Mark,
just one comment on that Nexus 7. Of course, the new Nexus 7s are coming out, so you'll see the older versions of the Nexus 7 beginning to drop in price. But it's a great device either way.
Yes.
What is wrong with Bruce's video?
Well,
it's frozen.
Yeah.
Is it frozen now? It doesn't look frozen on my end.
Well,
Yeah, I mean,
no,
we
it's
can hear
frozen.
you, but you're not moving.
Well, let me stop it and start it
You
again.
need to blink fast before your eyes.
Oh, you're moving in Skype. I see you moving in Skype.
Yeah,
So it's,
okay.
Interesting.
Well, I was
Yeah,
I
there
was
you
at
are.
154 songs of 4,000 uploaded, and I had to pause it so that it wouldn't. Am I moving now?
Yeah.
yeah,
All right.
Yeah.
Is Mike frozen or he's just sitting still? No, he's just sitting still.
I see his eyes blinking. He's moving. Let's see. So it looks like Apple is acquiring companies again. They bought a couple of startups to help improve mobile apps. It'll be
Yeah, the one they
interesting.
just bought had to do with trying to push deeper into maps. They bought a company called Hopstop.
Hop, stop.
Yeah.
And locationary.
They had to do
The other
something
company.
because they missed Waze. Google got Waze.
That's right. That's right. And Waze was actually a pretty nice program. I used it
Absolutely.
several times.
Yeah.
It takes real-time information from people who are logged in from their phones and puts it into their cloud and then reports it to show it actually monitors your speed. So
Right.
it can tell you about traffic patterns. If you get enough people participating, it'll give like travel time between 2 points. It'll calculate what that is. And so if you're looking for the best way to get from one place to another and you put in the location, it will tell you based on real-time information gathered from other GPS-enabled devices
Yeah.
what the best way to get there is.
Yeah. They report.
Waze was a nice application.
They report gas prices. You can report an accident. You can report a car on the side of the road. You can report police presence should you decide to do so. And you will get these prompts, in 1,500 yards, there's this or that, as well as it will color code the route you're on. The color would determine, what the throughput is, and it will also have the miles per hour of everybody's average speed on that road.
Yep.
So
Seems
Good
like
stuff. I'd be careful though about this reporting police locations because I hear there's a state now that will give you a ticket for flashing your lights to warn of police presence ahead.
yeah, well, I'm a digital flasher.
We were talking about privacy and stuff. Here's another story about that. How a phone manufacturer making a somewhat successful comeback can shoot itself in the foot. Mark Van Hauser. Mike House. Hughes, Heuse, I don't know, who works for German technology magazine Heiss, has discovered that immediately after setting up an email account on BlackBerry 10 OS, full credentials for that account are sent to Research in Motion, the Canadian BlackBerry manufacturer. Shortly after performing the setup, the first successful connection from a server located within the RIM domain appear in the mail server's log. At least according to German law, this is completely illegal, as the phone user does not get a single indication or notice of what is being done. Why would they do that to begin with? But here's BlackBerry trying to make a comeback, and shooting themselves in the foot. Any comments? No? Okay.
Don't know. I don't know.
ISDN?
I still don't know. It still does nothing.
Yeah. It's just interesting that something like this would actually happen. Oops, sorry, Bruce. Correct.
So, John, is that a live stream on that page on QRZ? I'm wondering.
Why did John hang up? I don't know.
Yeah, I'll put the link if you want to go. Yeah, okay, thanks. That's cool. That's a link to John's ham setup, and there's a live stream video of his station. Pretty cool. I saw some things scrolling on the screen, so it looked like it was live.
I knew some. I still know them. It's not that I just haven't been in contact with them recently. But who was heavily involved in local ham radio, where they would have their annual, almost like a. It wasn't a test, but they would have a kind of a contest to see who could key data the fastest and all that, and it was all all connected with the local emergency response organization that would work with ham radio, and as well as first responder, police, fire, government, in case communications were knocked out. And they've got repeater antennas all over the area, so they can get information between agencies needed if there was like a disaster where there was no power or the cell phone system was out or whatever happened. They could provide, using ham, they could provide. It's slow communications. It's the bit rate isn't very fast, but they could do kind of like a modem, but over the airwaves. Provide that as well as communications using either voice or key. So it was always fun. They'd go to a field somewhere and they'd set up a tent and they would just have kind of go through the exercise as if there was an emergency and try to send data back and forth, test the system out. And they got the cooperation of local businesses to put antennas and repeaters on roofs in different areas. So they're still active. They're still watching out for us in case there's a disaster where communications are interrupted.
So I just captured John's live stream. There's a little split screen of his station there. Nice.
Oh, I see him. Yeah, I'm watching it too.
Yeah, it's cool. I wonder, John, are you using VidBlaster probably for that? Or
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, he's VidBlaster. Yeah. Cool. Gotta love technology, right?
Yeah.
I see he's got a keyboard in the background too there.
Yeah. Maybe I should. Well, let's see. This hand will grab him.
Don't get in his head.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yep.
Interesting.
I had a computer that I went and picked up from a customer Friday that is running a security system, cameras. And when I went there, he said that nothing is working. That it's, for the last few days, every now and then it will reboot. And so I went there and I tried to start it, and it says, the minute it came up, it said, do you want to do it in normal mode? So I figured, yeah, it rebooted. So I said, no, safe. So he tried to come up, and it goes back to the initial screen of HP. Tried again. Finally, it came up with something about missing file. So I said, okay, I need to take it and work on it at home. I can't stay here and do this. So I came home, and I'm trying to put booted NG to look at the partition and try to do a repair on the installation of XP. Wouldn't take it. It just keeps on rebooting. The minute it gets to a certain point, and it reboots. So I said, well, at that point... Oh, and I saw a capacitor on the board that had brown stuff coming out of the top, Mike.
Oops.
So I said, okay, it's gone. But then I said, well, let me try something else. So I took the 512 that was in it and put two 256s. And everything came up normal. And I rebooted it and did things, and everything worked fine. So it's amazing how memory will play, make it look like something else is wrong. Why would you say...
If you got a bubbled cap on it, you still have a problem.
Oh, yeah. There's probably a problem. I'm going to take it back, and I'm going to tell him, you need a new computer. But here, you can have your cameras now. And don't wait too long before you updating it.
Now, Amnon, just if you're curious,
yeah,
go back and take that 512 stick.
Yeah.
Take a Q-tip, put a couple of drops of deoxide on it.
Oh, I did. I already
put it back
tried.
in, and it still failed.
Failed, and it's weird how it's failing. It sometimes it'll go all the way through the boot up. And get to the point loading your personal setting, and bang, reboot. Sometimes it gets to the initial when you just see the ticker running and reboots. But it never got anywhere past loading your personal settings. And in some cases, it just doesn't do anything. I mean, the minute you tell it to go ahead and boot, because it always comes back with the black screen, and you tell it, yeah, I want to do it normal or safe, and the minute you click on any of them, it just reboots. So it was strange, but don't write off your computer without changing the memory. This was easy because it only had one stick, 512, and it was easy to take it out. Sometimes
What were they running?
it's the same application that I have here for the cameras.
What operating system?
Oh,
Yeah,
XP.
Oh yeah, for 512, I would say it's.
Yeah, I mean it was fine. It doesn't do anything except showing you 4 shots. But the point is that it's. I mean, memory could act differently, and each boot, it can do different things.
But keep in mind that you can have a bad memory stick. You can have 2 memory modules that don't like each other. You can have a bad socket on the motherboard, or you could have corroded contacts, which is the most common problem.
Right. The bottom line is don't destroy anything before you are sure that that's what it is. I took another hard drive putting in. I said, okay, let me try to install Windows. So it goes through its gyrations and said restarting Windows. No drive found. What in the world? I mean, there's a hard drive in there. The next time it starts coming up and it says, do you want to do do you want to install Windows on it? You said yes. You come up to the point where it says, okay, what do you want me to do on which partition? And you click, reboots. So it was really flaky. That's when I used the offset on it and put it in and out and blew the socket with air and nothing. So just so everybody knows about these tricks.
It's the memory was tired.
It says, "Yep, I had
It just
enough."
said, I can't give you 100%, so I'll give you 70%. That's the best I can do.
Oh well.
Hey, we saw something at the garage sale yesterday that was pretty neat. After my son-in-law passed away, a friend of the family came over and actually took some of these hard drives. But there's a little device. I can't even remember what it was called. I thought about keeping it, but I just really didn't need it. It was a little box, and it had inputs and outputs on the back, including HDMI, USB for connecting portable hard drives, and it came with its own remote. And so you could actually, change the source on your TV to this particular device, and you had a remote control where you could navigate any of the content that was coming in via whatever you wanted, and play it on your TV. And a couple of people asked me what it was, and I tried to explain it to one guy. Came up, he knew exactly what it was, and scarfed it up for a good price.
What was it?
I'm trying to remember the name of it. It was a little box. It was an interface, and you had all.
You don't know what it was. What was it for?
Oh, I just described what it was for. It was like just imagine sitting this next to your TV underneath your Roku, and you could have several portable hard drives loaded up with movies, loaded up with other video content, and you could. Play it through your TV. You didn't have to have a laptop connect. It had an HDMI out into your TV, and so you would just change your source to that HDMI input to which this box was connected. But it came with its own remote, so it was pretty cool.
I thought you said it had a few HDMIs. That's what threw me off. I'm saying what? Because there are some HDMI switch hubs,
right?
Which is interesting,
right?
So why didn't you keep it?
She needed the money for
well,
it.
you could have bought it.
Well, I could have bought it, but I don't have. I've only got 2 HDMI inputs on my Samsung TV, and I've got a Roku and a cable box connected to it. I'd have to get a hub and do some other gyrations. Plus, if I had anything I want to watch that's on my laptop, I just bring it in there and set it on a little table we've got and connect it up that way. Unplug one of the other inputs and plug it in there. So
had another situation yesterday. This lady called and she said that she's got her daughter's drive is not being recognized by the laptop. So I said, bring it over and we'll see. And apparently there is a kin, Mike Spence, there's a kin that works at Office Max on Glenwood Avenue somewhere. And this is the third customer that he's telling, well, we cannot fix it. You need to go see Amnon. And I have no idea who that is. They're coming in and she brought an external drive. I thought it was the internal one. I said, oh. And it was one of those Western Digitals that is really, really enclosed in the case. So I'm plugging it in. Of course, it doesn't recognize. It doesn't even try. There's like nothing there. So I asked. Her daughter didn't come with her. She brought it. And I asked her if it was still under warranty. So she called her daughter. Her daughter said, no, it's not under warranty. I said, well, I'm going to open and that was it. She hung up. So I said, okay, I'm going to open the case, but it's almost like I have to break it because it's all glued together. So opened it up. And before I opened it up, I mean, you put your ear to it, and all you hear was, just like that. No spinning, no nothing. So I said, well, it's probably the case, the interface that's messed up. Let's see. So I opened it, took it out, connected it to the external card that I have, cable. Same thing. It will not spin. Hit it a couple of times, nothing. I said, well, it's not spinning. I said, at this point, if it's not under warranty, I mean, she can probably send it to somebody like OnTrack, and they will recover the stuff. They take the platters out and they put it on another unit and all that. But that's going to cost a lot of money, probably upward of $2,000, depends. You think she would want to do it? She said, oh, no. She was saying that there were some pictures there that they needed for a funeral. So before I started taking the drive apart, I said, call her and see if it's okay. So she called her daughter, and apparently the daughter wanted to talk to me, and she said, I'm a photographer, and this is my backup of all the pictures that I've taken the last 2 years. And I said, so if that's the backup, you have it somewhere else on your computer? She said, no. I put it on this, and I delete it from my computer so I have room. So I told her what I was going to do, and she said, that's fine. I said, you understand. I mean, I was going to open it and see if I can just kind of free it. Maybe it'll start spinning, yeah. And I told her, I said, now look, if I open it and I do anything, and then you decide you want to send it, they're not going to do anything with it. You really need to make a decision. You don't need to make it now. You can sit on it and think about it. If you think that it's worth paying a lot of money to get that data, then let's leave things as they are and send it to OnTrack. So she said, well, what do you think are the chances that you'll open it and that it'll work? I said, maybe 10%. If you have the money and the data is important enough, I'd rather you send it to OnTrack. And she said, okay, so don't do anything. And I was so glad I thought about it and asked her mother to call again and ask. But it's, I tried to explain to her. I said, you have a backup. A backup means you have it somewhere else and you have a backup of it. Who did that? Is this on my end or on your end?
I'm sorry, that was on my end. I'm
Okay.
just plugged in an external drive.
Yeah, okay. I'm looking here, I'm saying, okay, what got disconnected? So I told her, I said it's probably gonna cost money. I'm sure they can do it. If the drive was sitting for months, that she didn't do anything with it. I said, I'm sure she can do it. I mean, I'm sure they can do it. It may cost you money, but that may teach you how to do it. You really need to have backups. This is not a backup. I would get something like Carbonite or any of those online as one of them. I would get another external drive, put it on 2 different drives, because you see exactly what happens. You do not have a backup. And she said, yeah, I understand now. So if you think that you're taking pictures, documents, whatever, files from your own hard drive on the computer and putting it on an external drive to back up, and then you go and you delete it on the computer, you don't have a backup. It's not a backup. It's archived, but it's not backed up. External drives are cheap. Online backups are cheap. And you should have more than one backup. All right, I'm done.
And the correct answer is, what is boredom?
What is what?
Boredom.
I don't know what happened to that file, Mike.
What file?
You sent it to me, didn't you? This is a different one.
I don't know.
It is a different one, right?
I don't know. This is the correct one here.
Here's the one I have.
That's not the right one.
Right.
You know, I got to say, I love portable USB drives. I love my new 10-port hub that I've got. So I'm transferring some of this music to another portable drive, but I had to pause my my upload to Google Music because it was affecting my Skype video. So I'm multitasking here.
Really?
It was affecting your Skype bandwidth?
Yeah, it was when I was uploading about 4,000 songs to Google Music.
Oh, I thought you said
I have an allotment. I have 12,470 songs left in my space there in the cloud, and I was first going to copy one folder, but that would have put me 2,040 songs over, which I'm sure Google would have automatically charged me for more space. So
I thought you said you were copying from one hard drive to the other, and it was.
I'm doing that
affecting.
too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Transferring from one hard drive to another is not affecting it, but
right.
my upload speed to the cloud.
And they allowing you, what kind of upload speed do you have to them? At what speed are they accepting your? Were they?
Well, I'm not sure. Some things allow you to control how much bandwidth you give to.
I know,
and I haven't.
But in many cases, you want to upload it as fast as you can, and they don't allow you.
So, well, I'm looking at options. This is the Google Music Manager, and let's see, advanced. Pretty much is. Bandwidth available for uploading. The options are fastest possible, which I was using, and then 1024, 512 kbps, 256 kbps.
All right.
Yeah. So
And you're set at what again?
fast as possible. So it was cutting into my Skype video that I'm sending to you. Yeah.
So Bomberoid says, real snooze fest. Talk about Ouya or something.
And
What's
Dave-
Ouya?
Yeah. Good morning, Dave.
Might be a typo.
No, it's not a typo.
Then I'm hopelessly inept.
Ooh, yeah.
It's a great little console. ANTF runs XBMC wonderfully.
Yeah. Ouya.tv is the site. It is an interesting device. I don't know anybody who has it, but it allows you to. I think this is the one that plays Android games, if I'm not mistaken.
Don't know.
Yeah, there's 3 or 4 devices in this genre that are out there right now.
Interesting.
Yeah, Android-powered $99 gaming console.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Yeah, this isn't exactly a gaming show. If you look at all the lack of hair and gray hair, you'll see why.
So
Yeah.
does this run? You could go and put games on this, and this is just a tablet, like a designed to work as a tablet might work with a game, except it's got an output and a controller instead of having. It's essentially a embedded Android device.
Right. Instead of,
designed for
like
gaming.
I can do HDMI out of my Samsung Note 2 if I want to my TV and,
Right.
See the games on there. But this device, offers a lot more than that.
So it says they have 265 games currently on Ouya.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
65 games?
265 games.
That's still kind of nothing.
Why
Well, I'm sure
everybody's
that
playing
there's got to be
Minecraft?
some issues around, formatting and all that
Yeah.
to get around because the games are there's more versions of Android out there and more different phones that require that games and apps are customized to work with those versions. That's always a difficult thing for developers because they have to keep up with not only the operating system but the individual devices and how they might be locked down by providers for some function.
Yeah. Mike, you started saying?
No, I was saying, you say only 265 games, but everybody's playing Minecraft Me anyway, so I don't see what difference it makes.
They're only playing one game with two across, and that's it. What you doing there with the remote?
I just turned on the Roku
Oh,
to see if it's working.
Let me ask you a technical question because I'm really interested in the
technical
answer.
question.
So yeah,
What do you
so
think
I've got
this is,
No.
a computer show?
I'm copying 71.3 gigabytes of music from one external hard drive to another external hard drive. And when I leave here at noon, because I'm going to have to leave here at noon, and I resume my upload from one of those hard drives to the cloud, what impact does that have on the previous thing of transferring from one hard drive to another? They're fighting. Like the cloud is saying, send me these songs, and the other hard drive is saying, send me these songs.
Probably none.
None?
I mean,
amazing.
I sit here after the show, and I transfer the big file from this machine to another machine through the network. I encode the show as an MP4, which takes about 5 minutes, and I convert it to audio, all at the same time. Hardly anything.
Yeah. Well, this is going to, I'm moving 20,331 songs from one external hard drive to the other, and it's got about 3 hours to go.
I would leave it alone.
Yeah. Oh, I'm just going to let it run, but then I'm going to also let the upload resume to the cloud at the same time while I'm gone. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if one file is in use when it tries to upload to the cloud, you're going to get a file in use error, and it may crash the transfer.
No, I don't think so. I think what it does is it goes every now and then and takes a piece and sends it. Takes a piece and sends it. And as long as that piece is available, and if it's not, it retries. And the other process is going to finish it so fast that you're not going to have a problem. I really highly doubt that you're going to have a problem. I thought I would have a problem here when I'm doing this, which I'm doing the whole thing around one file, and it's being used, and it doesn't care. It never stopped. It never said, "Do I need to retry?" or anything like that. So I don't think it's a problem. As a matter of fact, to show you how resilient this is, remember the other day when you told me that the recording for the show is not working on the Roku? Mike?
Who told you that?
You said you were trying to watch it, and it would not.
Yes.
And I went and I started, and I realized that it was
file.
It was half. Yeah, it was only half the file.
Right.
And I went ahead and did it again, started it again, and it takes about 45 minutes to upload because it's huge. And once it started uploading, you could already play it on the Roku, even though it wasn't a complete file on the server.
But you're uploading it to a server format, and that server has the ability to allow multiple simultaneous access to a file.
I understand.
His local hard drive's not going to do that.
I don't know. You'll be surprised. Try it one time. Try it sometime.
Hey, and it shouldn't hurt anything.
Yeah.
So the transfer on this is 6.70 megabytes per second. Does that sound about right for USB 2.0 devices?
I don't have a clue.
Mm-hmm.
It's how much?
6.70 megabytes per second.
I had the numbers written down somewhere, but I've forgotten where I put it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just amazing that you can sit here and do this and not have anything blow up.
I think
I'm
USB is 300 kbytes second, right?
Steve says it's good.
Yeah.
But getting back to this Ouya thing that Balmeroids is bringing up and Dave is commenting on, Dave says, I think it's a very interesting concept, probably not going to have a huge market impact, but you never know. We can hope. Having said that, I'm really curious why we can hope. Is the idea that is it to have a better game? The idea that it's free? I mean, no, it says it's $99. What is we can hope? I mean, what is under an ideal scenario, what would the future hold for this device? Is it to provide, Balmeroids obviously loves Microsoft, so I guess he's hoping that it will compete with Microsoft. So I'd be curious to know what the real hope is for this particular project.
And Steve, what happened to you after I disconnected you by mistake? I could never get you back.
So Dave says the idea is that game development is not tied to the control of the console maker. I get that. I guess that's a big issue. I don't know. Again, I don't know anything about gaming here, but I'm assuming that means that if your game is on PlayStation, that it has to be cleared by Sony to be released on the PlayStation, or can anyone anywhere develop a game and use it on PlayStation? I don't know the answers to those.
I'm kind of interested. I'm assuming that with the Ouya, you can go to the Google Play Store, and any of the games you've already purchased for your Android phone, you would be able to install to this device as well.
Balmeroid says the kids will figure it out and show Gramps how fun it is. Balmeroids, there are things that Gramps know that the kids have to wait years to find out. And it's worth waiting.
Yeah.
This is scary. I mean, Dave says another 5 years and a phone might be the sole device for computing, gaming, and so forth. I don't think there's a whole lot of doubt about that. I know that the phone will certainly take on significant importance. As we were commenting, I think probably before you got here today, Dave, I don't know what time you started listening, but we were talking about some of the things that you can do with your telephone. We were talking about banking. I was talking about how we were able to do a 16 by 20 print of a wedding photo by transferring it on an iPhone at Walmart. It's pretty fascinating. But we old grandpas are not as, or except for Bruce, are not as into the phone stuff as these kids are. I don't think Amnon's up to text messaging yet.
All right, gentlemen, I have to back out of here. Our host said he was host for the next few hours, and the few hours is up, so I got to run.
Yep. blue-ridge.org. Is that a new website, a new domain name?
No, that's just the website for the church that I'm part of. Yeah,
I know, but I thought it had a different one. Well, good. We'll have a good one.
Yeah. Yeah, college students come back in August. We're actually we do 3 services on Sunday. Now we're moving to Saturday night as well. So I play acoustic guitar in one of the bands. I'm not playing this Sunday, but I like that 12:30 service because it lets me do Computers 2K now and still go off and fellowship with my other friends. So
yeah, you can go get forgiven for all your transgressions on Computers 2K now.
Right, there you go.
And go to bed with a clear conscience.
Yeah. So grace and peace. Bye-bye.
See you, Bruce. I guess it's me by myself. I guess I'm going to have to sit here and start singing. But to answer some questions in chat, Amnon has a Twitter account, Balmeroids, but he doesn't use it. Computers 2K Now also has a Twitter account, but it's very low volume. It's just there to be there. Amnon is not really big in social media. And you know, you're kind of getting a little rude there and probably telling who you are. But see here. Singing something. Yeah, I agree, Brent. What was wrong with the 80s compared with now? I think had a lot more going for us in many ways. Dave, I don't know if, let's see, did Bruce, I don't know if he answered you, but he's in Lynchburg, Virginia. And I believe you're in Indiana. Music was great in the 80s. Well, Steve, I don't know that I can agree with that. In fact, it was so bad to me. We owned a radio station. The music was so bad, I could not listen to our own radio station, which was the primary reason that I convinced my father to sell it. Because I always felt like, no, disco was the 70s. I always thought that if you can't listen to your own radio station, it's probably time to get rid of it. The Blue Ridge Parkway, as far as I know, goes all the way up into Virginia. It's a long, 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 long area. Where'd you
Nice.
go, M9?
I had to go do something with the dog.
Because I was getting ready to have to start singing here. I'm all by myself.
Where's Spence?
Gone. Obviously not there.
Did you sing?
No.
Ah,
Well, you look and see. We still got 49 viewers. You know I didn't sing.
Shucks.
We'd be down to 3.
Shucks.
What was our format? We were back in those days what was called Top 40, which was the current hits. And, I mean, it got really bad. And that was also about the time, I don't remember what year it was. It was also about the time that MTV came along, somewhere along in that area. And MTV, whereas I'm not convinced they had any impact on radio, they did certainly drive changes in the music that people were listening to and watching. Dave, that's not an outhouse. That's the home office for Computers 2K Now. That's the main corporate office.
I see that Steve did not answer my question about what happened.
What happened to what?
When I couldn't get him anymore after
He said his computer
where I don't see that.
maxed out, and that's I guess it crashed and he rebooted. That would be my guess.
Yeah, and he's on the chat, but he's not on Skype now, so I can't get him back.
Yeah.
That's all right. That's fine. It's okay.
So, John, I missed your question, John. Am I a VidBlaster user? I have VidBlaster. I have a license to it, but no, I do not use it. Arnie got an ATR 2100 based on my recommendation. I agree, Arnie, it is a great mic, and for the price, you just can't beat it.
Nope.
The radio show that I produce on Saturday mornings, Rick's House Home Improvement Radio Show, uses the ATR 2005, which is the same mic. Really, and it sounds great. I mean, it's broadcast quality by anybody's determination, in my opinion. Of course, you heard. I guess you've listened quite a few times, Arnie. I guess you know that whenever Nick is on, he's using the ATR 2100, and as is Steve in the UK. They're both using them. And I think they sound tremendous. Now, I don't recall, does Spence have one? Or is he using the...
Yeah.
He's using the AT...
Yeah, it's an AT.
Okay.
ATR. Oh, I don't know. No, it's it's an AT 2005, right, Spence?
Right.
Your microphone is an AT 2005.
Join me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. No, it is a 2005, yes.
Yeah.
Because at one point he was using the condenser mic.
Right, the SM...
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I don't use that anymore.
Oh, yeah, he was using that MXL. What was it?
MCA.
MCA.
But I've greatly simplified my desktop. I don't have the mixer anymore.
Were you just using USB in?
Yep.
I wish other people that are doing, I mean, during the other shows, I see a lot of guests. And many of these people are actually guests on many other shows. That's what they do. They go out there to promote themselves. And they sound like, excuse the language,
Be
crap.
nice.
And you think for yourself, here's somebody who's trying to promote their business.
Their business.
And it's a $50. I mean, some of them have microphones. Don't misunderstand. Some of them have more expensive microphones from what I see the picture of when they talk. But the majority of them are talking to a webcam. Julie had Mara, who was on the workshop and guest a few times, and I didn't even have to tell her anything. And she said, I think I will sound better if I had a headset. And I said, yes, you will. She said, can you tell me which one to get? So I went and looked at since I couldn't get you. I looked
Couldn't get who?
And it's a Plantronic something. It cost like about $40.
Mm-hmm. DSP 400, DSP.
I don't remember, but she sounds great. And it's you tell the other ones, you need to get yourself, and they actually, the hosts do tell they have a letter that they send, an email that they send to each guest, and what to do, to make sure that nobody else is using the internet at the time of the interview, so the bandwidth is there, and blah blah blah, and this and that and the other, and to use a headset. I mean, you don't expect everybody to have a setup where they can plug in a microphone and a thing because they don't know about it. But
don't know about mixers.
Well, I mean, yeah, they also don't know about mixers. But with that Audio-Technica, the ATR 2100 and the 2005, you don't need a mixer. You plug it to USB.
And you can't really screw it up because there are no settings on it.
Right. And you tell them, here's, and 2 months pass and you see them again on another show and they sound just the same as they did.
I have a question for Mike. That from your knowledge of radio history and advertising and such, sometimes you'll hear someone do a commercial on the radio where it sounds like they're calling in on a really bad cell phone. Usually it's some type of an investment thing. I'm so-and-so from some group that does IPOs and you need to call us about this investment or whatever. What do they think is the value of making it sound like they're calling in? Like, does it make us more likely to pay attention to them? Or?
No. I think that these are what we call suede shoes dudes. High pressure, go get them type salespeople.
Yeah.
The quality is irrelevant to them. They're trying to get the stuff out there immediately. They're not set up with ISDN. They're not set up with IP. They're not audio people. They're perfectly fine with doing what they're doing by calling in on the telephone and having these guys record it and put it out there. You'll also hear them say, if you want to take advantage of this wonderful opportunity, click 1-866-123-4567. That's 1-866-123-4567. Click. And that's the number to call for the special deal of the day from click your Raleigh connection. Unclick. I mean, it's obvious what they're doing. They're just trying to do it for expediency, and it's pretty sad. I mean, quality. But you know what? If they're making tons of money, if that's their objective, who's to say?
Hey, Mike.
Right.
What?
Can you switch back to the microphone, please?
Why?
Because this sounds bad.
Why? It's what everybody else does.
Yeah. It doesn't sound good. Sounds tinny, sounds tunnely.
I'm proud of you, Amnon. I didn't know you could hear the difference.
Yeah, and Steve says, Mike, your audio is currently terrible.
My audio is terrible.
And Minor Relay says, Mike, your audio is awful.
Well, I don't know why. That's what everybody else does. Why is it that I can't get lazy and just use my webcam mic?
I know.
I'm going to pause my video for a second, but nothing's wrong. I'm just turning it off for a second.
It's just amazing that people that are I mean, that's their business card out there. It's their business card, and they don't care about it. And 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 especially when they sit in a room that has an echo. And they're sitting like 4 feet away from the webcam. Nah. You sound melodious.
She's flirting.
Ooh, you got somebody flirting
Melodious.
with you.
Well, it's my wife, so she gets away
Oh,
with it.
Mike, there it goes again right away. Oh, it's my wife.
So, John says, I'd like to see a blind or ear equivalent for mic audio quality. John, I've posted several tests, and in fact, I'm going to do several more where I randomly pick. I did 5 microphones before. I may do it now with just 2 or 3 or 4, because it kind of gives you an idea of what things sound like. I mean, I've got a pretty extensive collection of microphones here, and some people, it gets really frustrating because I've not so much lately, but I've helped an awful lot of people with their audio over the internet, broadcasting and podcasting, things like that. And this one guy, and I don't know who he is, but I tell him to go buy. He's thinking about buying a PR40 or an RE20 or whatever. I said, look, just go buy the ATR 2100. Well, that's only $35. I understand. Just go buy the ATR 2100 and use it. Just try it. You'll like it. If you don't, you can send it back. About an hour later, he comes back in. He says, wow, thank you so much for your help. I really appreciate it. By the way, since that mic was so cheap, I went ahead and got the upgraded version, the AT2 ATR 2500 condenser version.
Oh, upgrade.
And I said, okay, then go back, cancel that order, and order what I told you. And then I was thinking, but did not say, go away.
Well,
people just don't know. They just don't get it.
Right. They don't, and you can't really blame a person. I mean, if he liked it so much, he figured he's getting in a better one because it's a higher number, and you figured, oh, this is better. So,
and it's like Donovan said. Donovan said, I have a PR40 and the ATR 2100. For the difference in cost, there's really no reason to get the PR40.
Right.
And I will tell you this, that Donovan has some of the best online audio that I've heard.
Yeah, I mean, thanks to you, most of the internet broadcasters these days are using the Audio-Technica 2100 or 2005.
Talk about doing some blind testing. I did this when I did this last test. One of the last tests that I posted on somewhere, I don't remember where, and there's a guy who is very knowledgeable in audio, has a much better ear than I do. He went through the blind test. He said, okay, which mic is which? I said, no, you go first. You tell me which ones you like. And the ATR 2100 was his second choice.
What was
and
the
this
first?
Guy, I don't remember.
Okay.
Actually, let's see. It may have been the PR40. I don't remember.
Okay.
But it was not. In my opinion, I agreed point for point with everyone in order. He and I would have blindly picked the same ones. So I agreed with his assessment. The ATR 2100 is not the best microphone you can buy. It is unequivocally the best microphone you can buy for the money.
For the money. And it is 1,000% better than anything that you have built in or you go to the local store to buy.
Right. John, if I can find that test, John, are you part of the IAIB, the International Association of Internet Broadcasters, at ibroadcastnetwork.org? Because if you go there, I can't remember what part of the forum it's in, but the test was posted there. I also posted it on Twitter with a link to it.
What about your website?
I don't think I put it there. I don't know. I'll try to find it, but I'm going to be doing some more. And I don't use Facebook that much. I'm getting a little tired of Facebook. Every time I log in, they've changed the interface, and I have to stop and learn it again, and I'm getting too old to learn new stuff.
I'm getting annoyed with the unsolicited crap that they're putting on Facebook now. And so I'm just go there to see what's happening with the people that I know. I don't want to see, suggested reading, suggested posts, suggested this, suggested that. Tired of it.
Hey, Spence, you
Yes,
turned the cam toward the outhouse. Do you realize?
Yeah, I'm trying to get so that people can actually see the outhouse and not
Okay.
me standing in front of it. So
Okay. Are you actually doing this on a black background, or was that?
No, I don't change the aspect ratio.
No, but I mean, it was a black background.
What are you keying on?
Yeah, what color?
I'm keying off of blue.
Oh, okay.
But I'm wearing a black shirt. That's all. So, but I don't play with the. Sometimes if I'll go ahead and I'll keep the aspect ratio, and you'll see it'll stretch the picture out. No, it looks okay.
Yeah.
Probably goes off the screen though. I'm waiting to see it update in.
It's fine.
Online. Yeah,
a little
it's not
bit.
so good.
Has anyone here in chat used a program called Fideliphone? Fideliphone. It is supposedly point-to-point software for computers that allows you to have high-quality stereo audio. I just downloaded it. Nick and I, or Amnon and I, or someone and I will probably do some testing later today. I'm really curious about it. I've talked about a program that's available that looks useful called, I forgot its audio. Yes, that's correct, John, at fideliphone.com. And it's free. And it's called Audio. Oh, come on. It begins with an A. Audio Active or something like that. I forget what it's called. And it supposedly is full wideband audio, but it's $200 per connection, so it's a little expensive for non-commercial use. Arnie, since you switched to your iPad, the only way you can use Arnie Carl is before you log out of the prior computer, you have to type /quit into chat. That releases your username. You can't get it back now because it's still buffered from the old computer. Next week when you log in, you will be able to use it. I think it's Amnon at midnight. It flushes or several hours after the show.
Right.
But John, if you try that Fideliphone, and be interested to see what you think. I mentioned earlier that Blink, my favorite SIP software, is readying it. They've already included the Opus ultra wideband audio codec in Blink. They are beta testing it now. I've been offered a beta on it at some point. I don't know that it's going to happen. Sometimes they go ahead and release it without sending the beta. They forget about it, or they get confidence up and go ahead and release it. But if that happens, then I suspect if it works, and the first couple of implementations of Opus that I've played with have not been overly impressive. They've been good, but they're still not Skype. But if this ultra wideband if the implementation is any better, then it will be close to a game changer for audio replacement for Skype, not video, just audio. Because I love Skype. I don't know if it'll happen, but we'll just have to see. There's also another service out there. I don't know if I've ever mentioned this before. I'll put it in chat as well. But there is a service out there called Twellophone. And what it is a point-to-point communication service, audio and video, that the reason it's Twellophone is it uses Twitter's database. It uses the Twitter API for its user database, meaning that if I log into Twellophone and want to connect with Spence, then I have to enter or find his Twitter username to be able to connect to him. Nick and I did some testing with it, and we could not get it to work. It was having trouble transversing the firewalls. We couldn't get them to connect. When I told the guy who developed the program, he and I connected and did a conference, and it worked perfectly. Well, that was a couple, 3 months ago. Since then, they have gone from their Flash-based technology to WebRTC. They claim things are working really well. Nick and I are going to check again today, maybe, to see if we can connect with each other. What was really bizarre is when I was connecting to the guy who wrote the software, By the way, he's out in Colorado, so I figured maybe he was smoked up when he wrote the transversal code or something like that. But he and I could connect only on one of two computers. One of my computers he could not connect to, and the other we connected. It worked just fine. It's got to be something on his end. Hopefully this new version they've released. And it's really funny because he keeps in touch with me and wants me to keep trying it because it has potential. It is audio and video, and it's going to be useful. The other thing, Amnon, while I'm thinking about it, is I can't recall, did you and I ever play with Zoom? Haven't you done a Zoom call with me?
Yeah.
Okay.
I actually took it to a small company and showed it to them, and they're using it now.
Yeah. Did they get a monthly account?
Yes.
Yeah. These guys have written their own codecs. They're former Cisco guys. This is not a trivial operation.
No, they're guys that worked with WebEx, who came to Cisco through WebEx and then went off on their own.
Yeah, they said Cisco, but I believe you are correct. It was the WebEx part of it. And I mean, there's something there. I mean, it could be awesome.
What I did was I took it to it's a group of guys that run. They each independently are either financial advisors or accountants or whatever, but they share an office space and they also share IT and all that. And they were looking for a video conferencing solution that they could use for one-to-many conferencing for customer training or one-on-one conferencing. That's something that was lightweight that didn't take a lot of setup or manipulation. And after hearing about Zoom.us from you, I went and investigated. I set it up on a couple of PCs in the house. I was playing around with it. I just took it over there, and I had them up and running on Android, iPhones, and on desktops within a half an hour.
Mm-hmm.
And the same issues, you get the same issues with bandwidth that all of them are plagued by. There's not much you can do about that.
Right.
But setup and ease of use and what you get for the money and the purpose of what you're using it for is great.
Did they ever add a chat to it?
I think they did. Yes, I remember using chat.
That's where Google Hangouts are giving them a run because they have these add-ons that these guys don't have and may not even need for a business community. I mean, because we do the Google Hangouts, what, Amnon, five a week?
Almost, yeah.
And that's our little inside group, and it's a lot of fun. I mean, we learn a lot, get things off our chest, and take on group challenges and solve problems and create problems and all sorts of things. It's a lot of fun, but it's through Google Hangouts, which, as far as I'm concerned, is a quite inferior format. The audio is not so good. The video leaves a lot to be desired. It's useful. But by the way, Spence, on the Zoom, Bruce is the one who told me about it.
Yeah. Okay.
Bruce,
I remember
Bruce
us having a discussion about it one day.
And Bruce actually uses it regularly for his groups, and now he purchased an account, and they gave me an account to play with, so I've got a subscription probably until March of next year, and I think we ought to play with it. I think maybe at some point we ought to go ahead and do some sort of either a segment or a separate show or something like that and play with it and see. I don't know.
I'm looking through Fideliphone and looking at how it works and so on. And they say it's a point-to-point, point-to-multipoint, multipoint to multipoint technology. But I wonder how do they, once you go beyond two users, you've got to have some type of an MCU involved. So I wonder how they do that. They say there's no server required, but do they rely on a third party then if they go multipoint, or is it, I don't know. But it's fascinating. It looks like nice. I mean, so for what I've read so far, I haven't played with it yet. But
I only got one question, and that's going to be the latency.
Yeah, because if you, as soon as you introduce that interim server, everybody has to connect to that, and that creates latency over and switching requirements inside the MCU. So How do they do that? Is it a soft MCU? If there's no server, then it's got to be done somewhere. But I read the purpose that they had, and the most interesting one, or the one that was at the top of the list, was used for high quality remote audio for feeding into, which was, hey, great, remote broadcast, remote studio connections. So if they have a remote studio connection, that means they've got to have an aggregation point for multiple users to come in. I'd love to see some diagrams of how they, logical diagrams of how they do it. Fun to play with.
So going back to Zoom, the problem for me would be the rearranging of the shots on the screen when you do a group.
Right, but we haven't really played with it enough yet, Amnon, to know if there are any workarounds or what the real downside problems are. I think that what we need to do for our Hangouts in the coming weeks is let me give Nick my password, let Nick send out the invitations through Skype with the zoom.us link, and let's do some playing around with the Zoom Hangout as opposed to the Google Hangout. And if it turned out that it's not conducive to the kind of conversation we're having because of the absence of the chat or whatever it is that's not there, then we'll go back over to the Hangout. But for now, I think it would be useful for us to be able to test it, because I would argue at this point, based on the amount of time that we've spent on Google Hangout, we're pretty well versed in what it can and can't do.
Yeah. All right.
Tweet.
Steve is saying lately he only uses Skype for computers 2K now. But see, Skype is interesting, too, in that a lot of people think that when you use Skype, you have to use video. I would say the overwhelming uses of Skype do not involve video. They're audio only.
Correct.
You can turn your camera off and on, and most people, I don't know most, an awful lot of people sure do leave them off. In fact, if I say let's do a Skype call, you would almost always assume that we're going to be doing an audio-only call. That being said, the instant messaging client or portion built into Skype is excellent. We leave it open. We leave Skype open. It's open now. And we might even be talking in a Google Hangout, and Nick will say, send me that link in Skype, because it might be it's on a different computer or something like that. And we bounce around and use them interchangeably.
Yep. That we do.
Like Donovan says, I only use Skype for audio. I rarely use video on it, and mostly use Skype for chatting more than audio, now that I think about it. The Skype chat client is excellent. John says he stopped doing group video on Skype when it became a premium feature. Well, we pay for that. I don't mind paying for that because we want to support Skype, even though it's Microsoft. We want them to keep developing it and keeping it out there. But I understood that they changed something recently on group video where maybe there's some places they're allowing it now where they did not. So what, John, if you would, your assignment for this week is to find out if you can do a group video call without having to pay for it.
Should you
decide to accept it? Boy, that's old. What was that? Man from U.N.C.L.E.?
Mission Impossible.
Mission Impossible, yeah. But find out, John, if you would, if you get a chance to check it out. And maybe I heard wrong, but I understood that someone somewhere said you can now do group video calls without, and I'm not sure what was after that. So that might be useful for you.
Group video calls without a computer?
Video calls without Skype?
Yeah.
This computer will self-destruct.
Yep. Well, I think with that, gentlemen, I'm going to hit the road.
Where you going? It's too
Go
hot out there to
outside
go
and hit
anywhere.
the road.
Yeah, it's too hot. Too hot to go anywhere, Spence.
I actually resumed some of my lawn mowing responsibilities yesterday, and there's still a portion that hasn't been completed. So
Good.
I was actually overwhelmed with joy to be able to actually cut the grass.
Good. That's
again.
good. That's a very good. All right.
Yep, it's that time.
It is that time.
When John says a couple of years ago there was a Yahoo group video based. Yeah, and I don't know what Yahoo was up to. Yahoo at one point had very good audio chat. Their Yahoo Messenger service. What happened to me along this line when I was out of it, and it's thanks to Spence that I learned that Skype and these broadcasting services were wideband, because I was not paying much attention to it for a long time. I did not know that Skype was wideband. But having said that, along about that time, a lot of people were using Yahoo Messenger and MSN Messenger, whatever the names are, that once they hooked up wideband audio sources to them, they found out that they were actually pretty decent quality. Certainly a lot better than telephone-to-telephone communications. I don't know what Yahoo's up to. And it just sort of surprises me that Yahoo, MSN, AOL, these guys who were the leaders have just let Skype come in and clean their clocks. I don't understand it. Maybe they don't think they're making any money with it. I don't know.
Well, it looks like Yahoo supports video chat.
Right.
With Yahoo Messenger. Yeah, but it's point to point. I don't think it's point to multipoint.
Don't know.
Boy,
Video
that's something I
chat.
haven't used in years.
What?
Yahoo chat.
Yeah.
Yahoo Messenger. I mean, I used to have it on there because it was one way to talk from work to the outside world. It was one thing that actually worked, wasn't blocked. So, I haven't used. I have a Yahoo Mail account. I haven't used it.
By the way, you can do audio and video chat with TeamViewer.
I haven't tried that yet. Is it free?
I haven't either. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't tried it either. I mean, I like to try to find things and play with things that people haven't paid any attention to.
But wait a second. You're going to do it with TeamViewer by giving each other the username and password, or the session number and password?
Correct.
And so that's going to create a situation where one side is going to be able to get on the other side's computer.
You can probably limit what they can and can't do. You might be able to limit it to that. But if, you worried about me hacking your computer?
No, I'm not worried about you, but I'm worried about if I do it
put
with,
it out on the
with
internet.
Somebody that wants to use it like that even without any malicious, they'll click on something that will screw things up.
Well, I think that if you're hosting the session, then you're opening up a video chat window with the person you're supporting, and that's it. They don't have access to your computer.
Right.
Yeah. I think it's purely just to open up a video window so you can see the
theirs.
person you're working with.
And you have
And it
to
may be
theirs.
garbage quality. I don't know. I've never tried it. I've never done it.
I don't see that it needs to be any high quality anyway, because you want to keep the bandwidth for the mouse and the screen and the keyboard and so forth. And this is not a production thing, so I wouldn't think you would need high. But again, I've never seen it. That's the first I hear about it.
It's over on the far right-hand side. And the other thing, too, if anybody is... When I do Rick's show, I have to log into his computer to set up his computer to interface with my computers. There is a function in TeamViewer that allows you to see and hear the audio. I mean, you can hear the audio primarily. No, it's just audio. You can hear the audio on the remote computer. What happens is whenever you're connecting, if you're not careful, then it will give you an echo. You have to click on the options and turn off computer audio whenever you're connecting remotely. it can give you a nasty echo if you find yourself in that situation, since we still have some internet broadcasters here listening to this.
All right. Yeah, that's more like it.
Really?
And you're sticking those really here and there, huh?
I am.
Really?
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. Obama phone.
I didn't grab that one. I need to grab that one.
Did you hear that? Oh, this is a treat.
Yeah, we were playing that last night. Didn't you hear it last night?
Yeah.
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 This is my favorite.
Oh, son of a gun. You thought I was going to say, son of a
Porky Pig cussing. What's the world coming to?
Nah, not Porky Pig. He doesn't do that. He don't do
Mel
that.
Blanc.
All right. Oh, you're looking for that? Yeah, I'll let you end with that. Are you looking
I don't
for
know what we're talking about.
Oh, I thought you were looking for the phone, Obama phone thing.
No.
Okay.
No, we're not going to go political today.
Well, I mean, I
John gets mad at me when I go political, and we like John, so.
Okay, so anything else? Or that's it? I guess that's it. We don't want to hear Mike sing, so
That's for sure.
we're
I guarantee you.
okay. Well, Spence, have a great afternoon, morning, and assuming your responsibilities.
Yes. Oh, no, it's a good thing.
And Mike, thanks again.
Thank you, Amnon. Without whom there would be no computers 2K now.
Yeah, but without you either. You guys, I know it's one of the same. All right, before we get to corny here.
Did we tell your personal story on the show today?
Personal story
As of Friday night?
with air conditioning
Hannah.
with Hannah. No, we didn't.
Do you mind?
No, you want me to tell, or are you going to tell?
Yeah, I think it's fascinating.
He had me tell that story again and again and again.
I think
My
it's
daughter-
fascinating. Listen, I think technology-wise, I think it's directly relevant to what's going on here with regard to technology.
Well, my daughter called Friday afternoon, and she was in tears, and she said her stomach is hurting. And she wanted to know, what does it feel like when you have your appendicitis? So I didn't know, but Kathy had it, so I let Kathy talk to her. And before I know it, Kathy was saying, Hannah was saying that she's going to go to urgent care and see what they say. She texted Kathy back and said she's going to the hospital, to Western Wake.
And for anyone who's not clear, Hannah's his daughter and
my daughter,
Kathy
yeah.
is his wife.
Now, she drove herself to the urgent care, and then she drove herself here. I wasn't home, and then her boyfriend came and picked her up and took her to Western Wake
Hospital.
Kathy, when I came home, Kathy told me about this. I said, okay. Kathy went to go there about 6 o'clock, whatever. She left. She said, I can't stand it anymore. I got to go. So she went. 20 minutes later, she was back. I said, what happened? She said, she doesn't want me there. I said, okay. And they did a CT scan or CAT scan, one of the two. and I think it was like 9 o'clock or whatever when they say, yeah, it's her appendix. 2 o'clock in the morning, she texted and said that she's going to, Sammy texted and said that they're going to take her to surgery. And I think it was somewhere around 3 or whatever that Kathy got another text saying everything's okay. They removed her appendix. 1 o'clock on Saturday, she's texting that she's coming back home. She's being discharged. And I said, what? She said, yeah. And she went home to her house and to feed the dog and take care of some things, and then she came over here. She didn't drive, by the way. Her car is still here.
Well, just being under anesthesia.
Yeah.
That
and
short time ago.
They told her that Tuesday she can go to work as long as she doesn't pick up anything over a gallon of milk. And that's it. I mean, it's amazing. I said, so how do they do it? Do you have a scar or something? She said, no, they, what do you call it?
Arthroscopic.
Yeah.
Laparoscopic.
Three holes, one of them for camera, I guess, and 2 of them for remote hands. And there are pictures of how, of the appendix in there. It's amazing. That's technology is amazing.
Is she going to put them on Facebook?
I kind of doubt it. Maybe, I don't know. But then the only thing that bothered her all day yesterday was apparently they blow you up with air to separate the organs so they can get to the appendix easier. And they don't let that air out. And it's supposed to just dissipate and get absorbed by the body. And they told her that
why.
It's going to hurt up on your shoulders. And she was all evening yesterday, she was with a tennis ball against the wall. If she sits down, she couldn't stand it anymore. She would get up and I don't know how she is today. I didn't have a chance to talk with her yet. But that was the worst part of the whole thing. Is that, I mean, she said it didn't even hurt that bad before. Technology.
Well, when I ruptured my appendix in 92, it's different because hers had not ruptured. But when mine ruptured, it turned into peritonitis. It was so long after they were able to tell what it was.
Yeah.
I was in the hospital sedated for 10 days. I hardly remember being in the hospital. I was so sedated.
Yeah.
But I was just extremely happy for her. I mean, that's just an extraordinarily good outcome.
Yep. Now we'll have to see if she does anything stupid to mess it up.
Yeah.
Feeling so good about it that it may.
It's not hard to do.
I know.
I tell you, I know.
How are you doing, Spence?
I'm doing good. I mean, it's going to be a long time before the final results are really known, but I think it's a little bit every day.
Good.
I'm back. I'm going off restrictions, which is good. I started physical therapy and to get back into the gym again.
Mm-hmm.
And just chomping at the bit to be able to do, lift more than a gallon of milk. And now I can do it. And I've actually got looks like I've got some side work coming in, some home improvement side work I'll be able to do, which is nice. So, no, it's good.
You should have been listening to Rick's show yesterday, Spence. We were talking about sliding miter saws.
Yes.
I've got a miter saw, but without a sliding miter saw, it's pretty useless. Just too limited as to what you can cut with it. We were talking about blades, and at the end of the show, Brad and Rick, Brad is with toolschool.com, Tool School with a K, extraordinarily good tool site. And they were talking about one that this store, Rick was on location, and they were talking about this Hitachi 8.5 that they have. He said, I tell you, we're just going to send you one. So they're going to send me one. And I said, why are you doing that? Well, just write a review on it. Okay, you can keep it. So hopefully I'll be getting that, and I'm going to learn to do some more woodworking because I really have a lot of things I'd like to do, and that would enable me to do them. A lot of shelving and things like that. It will cut up to a 12-inch wide board.
That's the great part about it. You don't need a big blade to do. Used to be you had to have the bigger the blade to cut through longer boards. But the sliding part, I bought my son an inexpensive 12-inch sliding miter saw at Harbor Freight. I had a fantastic coupon from Handyman magazine, actually. And we used it for cutting. He's been using it for doing all the trim molding in his house, but we used it to cut laminate flooring, which was, and I'd cut through like 4 pieces at a time. I'd be trimming pre-trimming the pieces as we went through the installation. And it was so much easier than just using a hand saw, a hand circular saw, or I have a Ryobi 10-inch old regular miter saw that would not cut through the laminate floor. It's just doesn't go long enough.
What are you using, the individual tiles?
This was, I'm trying to think now. I think they're 36 inches long by about 8 inches wide.
Okay.
Yeah, just
Saves you
snap
a bunch of
together.
labor. Yeah.
Snap together laminate. It's got the backing on it already. It's lumber liquidator stuff. Really, that's what I used in 2 rooms in my house. It worked out really good.
Yeah, I mean these tools from Harbor Freight are fine. I don't know that if you're a professional that uses it, every week.
Probably not going to hold up
yeah.
as well.
Yeah.
But I have a question about that. I mean, I'm glad you brought it up because I really think we're going to have to start doing a tools show because I've got enough questions to keep the show going for a year. And one of those questions is, you said that you were using this miter saw for cutting trim work.
Yes.
What size? How many teeth are in the blade?
Oh, he's got the blade that came with it was a combination blade.
24?
I'm trying to think now. 12-inch blade, it might have been 60 teeth.
The 60 is a lot for a combination on a 12-inch.
I don't know if it's 60 or 42. I can't remember.
Yeah.
But this was a good combo blade, and he was asking me at first about, is this fine enough to do the floor? Is it going to be, do we really need to get a finishing blade? I said, no. I said, don't forget that what the edges that you're cutting, even if they're a little nicked, are going to be under the molding. You're not going to see them. And it worked. It turned out it cut really well. And I was, like I said, I cut through four layers of floor in one pass. So it had to be, probably about 5 inches high. And I could go through the whole, I tried to take my time. First I'd plunge the saw all the way down and then I would slowly pull it forward and cut through it. Worked really well. I was happy. It was saved a lot of time.
But sometime today, go to toolschool.com, SKOOL, toolschool.com, and when you get there, search for the word Diablo, the Frud Diablo blade. Brad did a test of their 90-tooth ultra-fine cut blade. As a woodworker, I want you to look at that. I am blown away. That thing looks like it looks like the edge has been polished. It is so fine.
I was saying it yesterday on the show. That's what happens when you put the blade backwards.
It may be, but you guys need to look at this. Do the search. I don't know exactly what the link is because there's long links, but go look for just do the word Diablo. It's a recent evaluation he did of this Frud Diablo blade. 90, I believe it's 90 teeth.
Yeah, that will do a nice finish. Yeah.
Unbelievable. I mean, it's incredible. He actually has one picture where he shows the factory edge on the plywood, which is generally a reliable edge, compared with the edge he did, and his edge looks like you took a factory edge and sanded it.
I just bought a new tile saw. The last time I did a bathroom, I borrowed one. But I bought a tile saw and it didn't come with a blade. So I bought a Diablo diamond blade. And this is a blade that was rated to cut tile, brick, and something else. But I did some test cuts with it. But using these really good high-quality diamond blades in a tile cutter, I was actually able to cut and make my own edge tile with porcelain tile. Porcelain tile is nice because the color and the whole tile is thickness of the surface is the thickness of the tile. There's no like a ceramic tile. It's only the glazed portion that's on the top. So if you cut it at an angle, you're going to see the ceramic below it, which is not glazed. But in a porcelain tile, it's finished all the way through. It's it's all made. So I was actually able to make, instead of buying the edge tile, which are very expensive compared to the standard tile, I actually made them.
The rounded.
Because the cut was so fine that I was actually able to make it, and then I just used the blade to trim. The edges were sharp, so I just used the blade to kind of polish the edges. And you can't tell now in my bathroom the difference between one that was made as an edge tile and one that was made that I made myself.
You didn't even have to do any polishing?
No, that's what I mean. It was just a very slow cut, good quality blade. Take your time. And but I was very impressed with this Diablo blade. I just took a couple of old pieces of tile that were laying around, and I just tried it. I had to set the saw up to try it, and it worked great. It'll cut up to 24-inch size, 24-inch tile.
Thick?
It's huge.
Yeah.
It's a 10-inch blade. It's enormous. And I got it at Harbor Freight, and it's as good as anything I could get at Lowe's from, I forget their store brand.
Here's the question. I forgot my question I was going to ask you. Here's the question I wanted to ask you about cutting the trim work. Did you have to do a lot of 45-degree angles? And what I'm getting to is I'm trying to understand how accurate a Harbor Freight miter saw would be cutting 45-degree angles, and that there would be actually two questions as a subset. One is how hard is it to set to cut a true... Did you lose me?
I think the 4 hours.
We timed out.
Okay, we're about done anyway. But the group video just timed out at 4 hours.
Yeah.
But what the question I was going to ask is how hard was it to set it for a true 45-degree angle cut, and how well did it maintain that setting?
Well, I'd have to talk to my son for the repeated stuff because I was only there when he started it. But he'd been doing it. He had some other folks over helping him.
Hey guys, wait a second. Since we just try and turn off your video and turn it back on. Go ahead. Yep, that works.
Comes back, yeah. So he had no complaints, and he said that he was able to use it. He was doing crown molding. He was doing...
I don't know why Mike's doesn't come back up.
3-inch, 2.5-inch floor molding with a quarter round in front of it that was used to clean up the where the laminate floor went, and he didn't have any issues that I'm aware of. I mean, I looked the saw over and compared to other tools. If you look at the inexpensive stuff that they sell at Lowe's under whatever their brand is, I forget what it's called, but. Oh, that was different. What happened there?
No, there it goes.
But
Cobalt.
The only thing I saw about the Harbor Freight, the tool that I used, was that the plastic on the knobs that you use to adjust the settings seemed like the plastic was cheap. But other than that, the roller guides, the actual casting itself that the saw is based on, all seemed to be very, very well made. And it got high. That's the reason I bought it, was because this was the second generation of this particular saw, and the reviews online were just, everybody said this is the best saw for the money that you can buy. Because
I bought one of their oscillating tools, really dirt cheap, and it was terrible.
I have one I bought online on Amazon. It cost me about $35. It wasn't Harbor Freight, but I think it was made by Century. And it works really well. It's loud, but
I mean, Harbor Freight has them now. Those isolating. You're talking about the ones that just vibrate, kind of.
Right. They have
it for $20 now.
Well, you know what I think the problem with them is? Because I mean, this is getting into tools. This is really funny, but if you stop and think about it, almost every power tool is just a rotary motor. The only difference
Right.
between a drill, a router, a table saw is what goes around in circles and the format that it goes around in circles. Almost everything's a motor. That being said, this tool, this Harbor Freight rotary tool, yes, it's a Chicago brand, Gary. That's correct. And the rotary tool, I think the problem with it is the blades. If I were to get a good blade on it, it probably would be pretty decent.
But
because again, all it is a motor.
Yeah, but many of them don't fit each other.
I don't know about these. I think someone said that you could get the new blade to go on it, and I think even what is the really nice ones?
Oh, they're all kind of different ones.
No, there's one that's a very expensive. That's an awesome tool. Begins with an F.
Fine.
But how do you spell that? F-E-I-N-D?
F-E-I-N. Yep.
F-E-I-N. Yeah, fine.
That was the first one to come out.
And they're good.
I think it's fine. I might be spelling it wrong.
You think it's fine?
Yes.
But I looked at that when they first came out, or when I first was made aware of the tool, and it was like $250 just a starter kit.
Gary, are you saying the Dremel blade will fit on the Chicago brand, or are you just offering the word Dremel as I'm struggling trying to figure out who one of the first ones was?
Oh,
Because
maybe he
one of
was
the blades-
maybe he was talking about the name of that expensive one.
Right. Well, Dremel's got a good tool too. I mean, I'm a big fan of Dremel stuff. My father passed away in '98. He had a Dremel tool back in the '90s that was one of the old, really good ones, and I got it and I turned it on and it wouldn't work. He says the Dremel blade. Well, I knew there was a major brand that had a blade that would fit the Chicago brand, and I think I recall that Dremel was the one. I didn't know if it was the Fine or the Dremel or what. Anyway, I got this Dremel tool in, and I turned it on, and it didn't work. So I said, well, what the heck? So I started taking it apart. I took it apart, got into it, and noticed that it has a little collar in there. And this collar was broken, little plastic collar. I could not believe this Dremel tool. It was a motor. Actually, it was a coupling. It coupled the motor to the drive. Would you believe I was able to find one of those and put it in there, and it works to this day? It was a 10-cent part. It was $10 by the time I got done with it, but I was glad to pay that to get this tool going again, because I own 3 Dremel tools, that one, a newer one, and also have a battery-operated one with it, which if you don't have a battery-operated Dremel kit, you need to get one. You'll be amazed at what you'll find to do with that sucker. I'm going to have to go get me a Dremel blade and try it on this other piece. Of course, I got to finish cleaning up around here.
The most useful part of that multi-tool is the plunge saw.
Yep,
that's the part that just saves so much time. I bought a couple of tools when I started doing floors. I bought that multi-tool. I also bought it wasn't probably the best choice at the time. It was the best I could find, and I could probably have found something that was a little better. But it's made by RotoZip. It's a saw that you can use for flush cut. So if you want to cut the bottom of the door jamb or cut into the base molding, you can use this tool. It does other things, but that's the only thing I ever used it for.
What is this, Mike?
This is a Festool battery-operated screwdriver. All it is a battery-operated screwdriver. Now it has some accessories to it.
Wow.
$275. And worth every penny. This thing is unbelievable how well it works. I mean, look how little the battery is. You wouldn't believe how much power they get out of this thing. But I had always wanted one of these, and I got it for Christmas a couple of years ago. And I'm just telling you, you say that's a lot of money to pay for a $40 drill, but this thing, there's something about the torque on it that even at low speed, I mean, you do that really slow on one of the cheaper ones, you can grab the bit and stop it. You won't stop this one because the torque at low speed is the same as the torque at high speed.
I can't see your video. You're frozen on my side.
You can't see the video at all from the...
Oh, and I see Mike, but it's frozen.
Really?
Yeah.
Refresh the page.
Are you looking at
I can't refresh Skype?
No, if you look.
No, I'm looking at. I'll go to. I've got the browser closed. It was in Skype.
Hold it a second. Hold it here. Let me send you a return. Maybe you're gonna. Do you see anything now?
I see it now. Yep.
It's amazing. I mean, it's expensive, but you know what? I expect this thing to last a long, 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 long time. I've thrown away 2 or 3 battery-operated ones that you can't even get batteries for anymore in the past couple of years. And assuming this company continues to support the product, there's no reason this thing can't last a long time. And being a quality piece of equipment, it probably would be repairable. But it's the model CXS, Charlie X-Ray Sam, by Festool, Festool USA.com. And it's an amazing piece of equipment. I'm very impressed with it.
Oh, yeah, Festool has a great catalog of stuff. Yeah.
They've got a sliding compound miter saw, $1,375.
Yes, this Festool is the company my daughter works for.
Really?
Worth Wood Group actually sells Festool. I got a copy of their catalog, and it was
any employee discounts.
The problem was that even at the employee discount, I couldn't afford anything that they sold. I was looking for a worm-driven circular saw. I wanted something more powerful, and they did have one, but it came with a bunch of accessories for cabinet making, like a sliding fence that was really, you could do shop quality cuts remotely, which is the point of it. But it was just way too expensive. So I wound up buying a Bosch circular saw.
Speaking of Bosch, I don't know if it's lithium, Gary. It probably is. Probably made by Monsanto. Have you go look up on the internet? Look up Bosch. Shoot. Now I got to look it up.
Shoot. Look it up.
Amnon, are you making
Bosch
fun of me?
doesn't make chutes.
You got to see this. In fact, do it on YouTube as soon as I tell you what it is. Bosch makes a... Dadgummit. I don't know where I wrote it down. You want to look at a compound miter. It's $800. But it is... Dun, 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 dun. Bosch Axial Glide Saw. Bosch AXIAL-Glide Saw. And it's amazing. If I were going to buy one, they're sending me one.
What size?
The one they're sending me is 8.5, but the Bosch Axial Glide, if I were going to buy one, I would buy that one instead of the Festool.
The Bosch instead of the Festool?
Yes.
Why would you do that?
Because I think it has more capability than the Festool does. I think the Festool is probably a higher quality, but no more than I would use it. The additional durability with the Festool probably would not be worth the cost, because I'm not a woodworker. I'm a hacker. I'm just learning. I don't know how much time I have left to play with these kinds of tools, which I enjoy doing. But I'm just telling you that Axial Glide is an amazing piece of equipment. It's really well engineered.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking at it here on a webpage. Looks like you can see the way that they hold the blade and all that, or the whole.
You see how much fun it would be to do a tool show?
I know, and we can do that. But right now, he needs to go cut the grass before it gets too
yeah,
hot.
Yeah, I'm getting eyeballs on me now that I need to go.
Come on.
Oh, we can't quit because we're at 10,999 viewers.
Okay.
Oh, we're 11:01. We're good. All right, guys. It's been a lot of fun, as usual.
All right. Have a good week.
Take care.
Brush your hair.
And good morning, Kathy, Hannah, Nabil, Mac, Norm, Katie, and Donna. Thank you, everybody, for turning to Computers 2K Now. We hope you enjoyed and maybe learned something from our time together. Remember to practice safe computing. Back up your hard drive and update your virus scanner. We'll be back here next Sunday at 9. But you can always reach us at computers2know.com. And while you're at it, like us on Facebook. Follow us on Twitter. Tonight at 8 o'clock, it's Carrie's Psychic Cafe. Carrie will entertain you with psychic readings. Tomorrow morning. The what?
Really?
Really. Tomorrow morning at 11, it's Health In with Debbie Bruck. And since I don't have it on the recording yet, remember, this coming Wednesday at 7:30, it's Lessons of Vietnam. For those of you who interested in what happened in Vietnam.
Wait, isn't that a new time, Amnon?
No, we moved it. Last time it was also on Wednesday. It's every second and fourth Wednesday at 7:30.
Okay, that's why you got to activate your Twitter account.
Okay.
We'll talk.
Yeah. All right, everybody. Take care.
Goodbye.